Boom, 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 boom. Oh man, we got Blessing in the house. Yeah. Blessing's here. Blessing's here. Guys, check out Blessing. Blessing. Check out this flashlight I bought in the mail. It's in the mail. In the mail, I bought the flashlight. Oh, you're in for a treat if this is your first time, brother. I'm trying to set this thing up to do a raid after redirect ad. Some other channels. Okay. Perfect. There we go. Boom. Let's put an end to that right there. Here we go, guys. We are ready to get going here. We're ready to have some fun. Let's really get weird. Let me just set up though. Streamlabs. Oh fuck. Log in. Twitch. I don't have the giveaway set up, so I gotta set that really fast. So we're doing a giveaway, as you would expect, and the giveaway is for a copy of Manor. Perfect. All right, my bros. Now, the way that giveaway is going to work too, you have to do it onto Twitch. So that'll be... No, I'm not going to play Dark Tide. Until they add a whole new class, I will not touch that game. A whole new class that was supposed to have come during the first year of launch. So I shan't be fucked. Okay, so we're gonna do... I was gonna boot up a game. Yeah, you have to go to Twitch for the giveaway. You don't have to do it right now, Jay. I was gonna boot up one of my saves, but then I realized I have to switch from the early access launch field thing to the actual release version of the game. So here we are. Oh, Vesh, don't worry about it, man. You're totally fine, dude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro. Hey, Vesh gave out 5 community subs too, dude. Thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that. Congratulations on the new shift too, by the way, Vesh. Yeah, if you are watching over here, go ahead and take advantage of that. And if you have not purchased the game yet, it is 25% off on my Nexus store.
A subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination. Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub. A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination. Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Do you ever play an older game on stream? Would you love to see a Morrowind? Probably not, Shetland. Just because of the nature of those games. And a stream with like 15 people is just the worst feeling ever.
Another loyal devotee.
Just come down like that. There we go. Okay, you know what? We'll choose me. I wish I could kind of make... Is there a goat? Is there a rampant goat? There's a rampant goat. So a goat on a blue field. You guys want to see? Well, I don't know. Maybe not. I'm having Rune work on my White Mountains. The blue field. Go. me get like a, maybe swap these colors. Go black goat. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that a little bit more. That's kind of like my actual family crest. I will be covering Kingdom Come 2 for fucking sure. You do count for, you count for every piece of my heart. Mark Crockett. Kind of a cool inverse right there. Like, although we can scale the scale on that too. Put that up just a little bit. Okay. Actually,
I've only begun.
hey, somebody bought Manor Lords through my thing. Thank you very much. Actually, so I'll show you guys my crest. Here, I'll show you the one that Rune is remaking for me.
Steadfast supporter.
You can see what my family crest kind of looks like. There we go. There, that's my family crest. Rune's remaking it for me. I have a shitty version of it. Which sub umbrum alarum tarum protege me is John 17:8. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate that, man. It's also 25% off. So if you use the Nexus store, it's you save a quarter of the money. Don't worry, Greg doesn't lose out on that money. We're trying to kind of mimic that. I think I can do that though. I think what in order. Oh, okay. I don't know if I can, how I would even touch that top part. Why white and blue? Because I've got white mountains and blue and a blue field. I can't really do that. I guess I could do. But white and blue typically stands for like some sort of religious purity, wisdom. From everything I get from the iconography of the crest, it has to do with persistence, wisdom, honor in combat, particular marks in combat too, and religious, not zeal, but like known for being somewhat religious, I guess you could say. Okay, so we're just gonna go default. I do want to focus on this stream though, just total war style, meaning we're gonna completely convert our economy into a total war economy once we hit a certain point. Because I've played the game so many times now, like I'm gonna set it up quickly. If you have any questions, anything like that, please by all means just say like, hey, why did you do that and not this, or can you do this and not that? Like, just go ahead and ask. Feel free to do that. I'm gonna pause here. We're gonna kind of set this up, and I'll kind of. Awesome, Sully. Great to hear. That is right, guys. If you are watching on, if you're watching on YouTube, make the switch to Twitch for me. It does help me out quite a bit. And also, if you have not yet picked up the game, like I said before, it is 25% off on my Nexus store. So let's take a look. Okay, we're in the corner, which is cool for me. I like that. And where is our emmer? Okay, emmer is good everywhere here. Flax, okay. Barley, all right. So we don't really even need to worry about what I'm gonna do first. A little bit of that. This. Just gonna connect everything really fast. Connect it all down to the road. I just am weird about wanting my roads to like curve and have like a natural look to them. Thank you guys so much. That's what I'll be doing the giveaway too, so you shan't miss out on anything. Okay, so let's see here. Berries are pretty close, which is nice. And wild animals are, oh man, this is a good little setup here. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna place things down and kind of put them in an order. Let's go ahead and actually make our logging camp. I'll experiment with this. I don't know how well it's going to be over here, but I want to experiment with that. Usually I just put everything super essentially located in the beginning. And then we're going to put down we need a granary and a storehouse. Those are our first big steps. And these two things are going to disappear, so I want to build around them. Same thing with that. We'll put a marketplace right there. That's okay. Perfect. We'll house one person here in the beginning. We will put the granary to the highest, this to high. Very high. They sure are. Those roundabouts, let me tell you, 500 years from now when people have motor vehicles, it'll be perfect. Okay, we have our marketplace set up too. Oh no, 6-foot dad, no! 2 more lumber, that's fine. We'll make another hitching post over here. Make it right there. That'll actually become a stable in due time. We'll move that hitching post probably. How does one join the giveaway? When I start the giveaway, you'll be able to join. Right now, you cannot. And the last thing I need is that hunting spot. There. No, we got real lucky. Everything is like super close to itself. Like this is still pretty far, but it's not that bad. Be able to put the berries over here too. The hunting post will be at a medium. And this is at a medium. Okay. Those can kind of complete themselves. Now I should be just about out of timber, which is fine. And now, actually what we'll do is we'll put that on the highest as well. It'll compete with the granary, but it'll be fine. Okay. Now things are just going to go to work. And what we're doing here is we have someone on the hitching post. The hitching post is going to help transport all these oxen around. And we have the person on the ox is going to transport the supplies to where they need to go while everyone else works on constructing stuff. So you see how this is working? This person just dropped off this transported good. He just dropped off this transported good. So what this is enabling us to do is to have our workers that are working actually work versus having them worry about getting the cart, getting the materials, and doing that. This just helps you kind of break up the early portions of the game where you kind of get stuck in like characters kind of working over themselves. Like, okay, this character's now going and grabbing more lumber and timber and dropping it off where it needs to be. Okay, it's right here. They swapped off because the goods weren't all here, but that allows me though to get this second ox ordered ASAP. And we're off to a pretty good start here. I want to kind of, while that kind of happens, let me plan out a field. We'll probably have, what is this? Yeah, cool. Cool, dude. I'll probably do like, this will be like a little block of folk. I don't know why I did that. Now it's making me mad. Be a good field right there. Let's do the field. There we go. Stone cutter will go there. Perfect. What we'll do for this, while those guys are working, we can keep this on the slowest pace possible. We'll do some fields. I have a whole video coming out on this. 0.3 Morgan will do for me. I don't like to make it that's pretty large. 0.4 is all right. 0.4 is kind of this is already kind of too large. It's kind of real easy to get ass happy making these fields. 1, 2, 3. Probably be able to make. That's 4. Can I get 6? Find out tonight at 9. Fine. How fast would you say the game is? For example, are you set by mercenaries every so often in that vein? It can be metal if you set it to be that way. I'm good, Kier. How you doing, dude? So what we're going to do here is with the crop rotation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's take a look at what our rotation is. And we don't need to worry about this really just yet, but I've played so much of the game that I'm kind of blazing through this. If you have questions, please stop me, ask the question, say, hey, I don't understand why you did that. I'm more than happy to explain. So we're going to wheat these first 3 fields. We're going to fallow these last 3. And I am not going to use the crop rotation. Crop rotation I've found actually doesn't work very well in the beginning of the game. Yeah, exactly, right, Sherry? People are like, why isn't this on console? I'm like, because it's a console, dude. You're talking about, like, the epitome of a beta. Okay, that's up. Shit, I forgot to put someone here. So, and we also want to put... What is up, Tony? How you doing, dude? I just don't want to play Total War right now, man. We do need to go and grab these goods, so we have to put someone in the granary. Leaves us with 3 people, and we're going to go put someone in the storehouse to grab all these other goods. But just wanted to shout out my support. I love your energy and enthusiasm. Thank you, Charlie. Hello from New Zealand, bro. Great to see you. Great to meet you. Glad you made it. Thanks for jumping in, my dude. No, I don't have a GOG affiliate link, but like I said, guys, if you do want to use my Nexus store link, for this game, it is 25% off on that link right now, so you can go ahead and use that. What's on GOG right now, Sarah? So we're pretty good. Now we just need to get timber. From a Dutch guy living in Norway? Dude, do they allow you in there, man? Is that okay? Is that okay with them? My beard? Yeah. Oh, Vesh, have you not seen the beard back? Yeah, I brought the beard back. Brought it back, baby. Hello, Double Cracker. How you doing, man? Happy Friday to you, too, as well. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am fucking exhausted. Covering this game, I'm pretty strung out right now. There we go. Let me know if I'm too much in the shot now. They've allowed me in so far. So Metal Melee. What are your thoughts then on Lefsa, and why is it the best thing you've ever had? Lefsa. What's your currency, sir? Go ahead and check it out. It should work for you. If not, just go ahead and check. Oh, Palooka, how are you, puppy? Giveaway's not up yet, man. Palooka, I'll just buy you the game if you want it, dude. Salve, how's it going, man? The village is prospering. We're getting up and running really quick here. So now we've got... I'm good, bro. How are you, dude? Palooka sends grade A memes. And he's probably one of the best painters I've ever met. Go check out his OnlyFans. Only Palookas. The finest South American trim you ain't never seen, brother. So things are pretty good. We're in March. If I could actually get a farmhouse up and more pops in, that'd be great. But what we need to do right now is get this going. Once we get our hunter up and going and this starting to produce logs for us, we're in a good spot. So right now, what you're going to see me do here is this doesn't require anything to build as far as resources go. And I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry. I don't need the ox. We don't need to have someone on the ox, I mean. So I can actually put that extra person over here on the logging camp because right now our bottleneck is timber. What we want to focus on is I want to try to get 6 houses right now. Even though we only need 5. Let's take a look. That's 5 burgage plots. Someone got mad at me for calling it slots. I could do that. That'd be great. Because that's 5 for the price of 1, pretty much. Or that's 6 for the price of 5. So that was... Just ignore that. Fuck that person. This is our new ox coming in. So we need 10 timber for that. And what we're going to do now is, once this person once this thing gets created, we will pretty much have no construction tasks. And once that's done, we don't really need to keep an unemployed family member. So we can just go ahead and put someone here. Advanced. Have them go over here. We're pretty much good to go. I don't know what the map size is, Double Cracker. This is the only map available to us right now. So I don't know if this is like a small, a medium, or a large. Run command, how you doing, dude? The ratios between fields and families working in them? Yes. So, hey. Someone just purchased Manor Lords using that Nexus store. 25% off on the Nexus store right now. Pretty much what you want to do, Palooka, is keep them around. Hey, another person did it. You want to do like 0.3, 0.5, depending on Morgan, and 0.3, 0.5 being this. I have to look at my... If you guys would allow me, I have to look at my... So this is Morgan. That's the measurement of this right here. I have to look at my farming video, and I redid some of it. In fact, let me do this. Save game. New farming. Yeah, a good size still. So what we're going to do here is place a farmhouse, and I'll explain this in a little bit. This actually kind of creates content for me to reshoot anything if I need to, if I fuck something up. Thank you, Darkness. Yeah, the early access just came out. Just came out like 5 hours ago. Yes, there is a win condition, and there's 2 modes. This is domination, so we have to destroy this person. This. The other mode is just make a prosperous village. Thanks, Dad. Okay, so that's all set up. What's our timber at? It's at 3. Okay. So we just fast forward this. We need to get around, I think it was 10 timber. There's no reason to really build any... I guess there is one... I don't have the workers for it, so it won't really matter. Let me just make sure again. Guys, I'm a little spracked out right now. How did I set this up? Oh, it was like that. Oops. I wish I could press this and just have it hold like that, you know? I could make just one burgage slot at a time, but why I'm not doing that, and just to kind of help you guys with the rationale here, you can press this button to go, oh, okay, I'm just going to change that for the plot size. But the reason I'm not doing, you know, this, because I can afford it, is that I'm now going to have to pull someone off of my workforce to make it. And what that does is it actually curtails my resource production. So I might as well just hang tight. No one's going to freeze to death in this. Basically what homelessness is, these people are waiting for burgage plots, causes loss of approval and possibility of freezing in the winters. We're not going to make it to winter like this. We're going to put them into plots. I mean, we do want to get plus, I think it's 50% is when people start to move in. So once we get that, our economy will start to boom. But right now, we just want to focus on this and gathering logs. So we'll fast forward, let that kind of do its thing. So we're good here. We just chilling. We're chilling right now, bros. You can be endless, I think, Vesh. It just, I mean, you could have these matches take a good amount of time, to be honest. Like, we're not going to complete a match here today, for sure not. We might get close to maybe making it out of our area, but probably not. We shouldn't need to guide the ox anywhere, so who cares? What I did right here is I put a livestock at the actual logging camp to get to ferry the logs back and forth to the camp quicker and faster, to just put them into my stash a little bit easier. So we're in March still, dude. We are crushing the pussy right now, as they would say in France. Anyone here French? I'm sure you guys say that, right? I like this. So we now have 5 slots that are coming, but we have an extra bungalow on this one. So this slot will actually house 2 families, which is primo for us. And now that we've done that, we're actually going to... we can actually keep that there for now. We don't use the livestock for anything else. So we're removing that those family members. We can actually... What's over here? That'll be fine for now. We can remove someone here from the storehouse, and this will allow us to have an extra set of hands to build all this up. We want to get this up and going as fast as possible. In fact, actually, we're going to put one person at the hitching post to help the transportation of the logs so people can start producing the building while the log comes there. Early game with hitching post.
A steadfast supporter.
Sorry guys, just typing something out to Manor or to Shack Gaming. Let me send him this. Farmhouse. There we go.
Splendid work on the roof, good sirs.
Splendid work on the roofing. Show me the baby. The baby is asleep somewhere.
Steadfast supporter.
Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, make that switch on over to Twitch. And if you've not yet picked up the game, it is 25% off on the Nexus store. So this is being made. Now, once these slots are made, we are going to need to start worrying about fuel production. And I'm actually going to convert some of these slots into these extensions. I'm going to add vegetables and or chicken coops. I might just do 2 vegetables. So these things are being set up, and we're dropping off the wood. We need 2 more sets of wood over here. Nexus is a store that will give you a Steam key, but they make relationships directly with the developers to negotiate a cut for us that basically the developer gets more money and they don't have to pay the ridiculous Steam fees. It's a real solid situation. Last one is over here. Roman is 2 years old now. Board Game Ruckus making that move on over here to Twitch. Thank you very much. With Wild Pot Roast coming in here hard and heavy. Hydrate I will. Thank you, Kier. And I'm actually going to... we need 4 wood for that one. Oh, fuck me. We need 4 timber for that? That's new. That wasn't like that before. I'm better off just making another burgage slot at that point.
Have you marked the joist for the rafters already?
You know what? It goes against my greater judgment to do that right now, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to make a farmhouse. Farmhouse will go right. No, right now it'll be fine to go right here. We also want to make a berry mill. I know that's not what they're really called, but it's the name I'm going to give them. We're going to make this go out to here. No, I'm not, Funky. I don't really care about Total War right now. Go ahead and add veggies here. And add veggies there. So I think we're good. Yeah, we're 1 timber. So now what we're going to need to do is, once we've done all that, I'm going to need to make the means to turn a lot of this lumber into... I'm actually going to pause these two. We don't need those up right just yet. We want to get people in first. Okay. The militia is here. We have that. Why am I in trouble? What'd I do? Oh, another hydrate. Thank you, Vesh. So, we're coming into April, and we're in a real good position. Why I'm saying that is, we're still in spring. So I might be able to get 2 whole rounds of stuff in these fields. So we'll see what happens. Oh, I'm going to go heavy plow. My go-to on the developments. So what we've done here, though, is we've set up vegetable gardens. And the vegetable gardens will give us a source of food. And we don't have workers that need to go to it. That's probably one of my favorite things about it. So it's a real kind of, not cheap and easy, but it is a particularly easy way to get food online for your family. What? For your thing. Let's also make access to a well. We'll put that well. Oh no, that is not good for me. You're right. We'll put that kind of like higher priority. Very high, and we'll make this the highest once they start finishing that. I love this weird like Xbox, like it's not even on Xbox. The stuff that's come out of nowhere, like I love it. 2 hydrates, thank you, bro. Another hydrate, okay, all right. Okay, I see what's going on here today. Yes, so if you add a workshop, it converts them. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about an early access game coming to Xbox right now, man. I wouldn't want that. So we're coming down. You can see here our fuel's super low. So we are 3 timber. Nice. That means we can make Woodcutter's Lodge. And the Woodcutter's Lodge, you know, I'll just put right here. And then what we'll do is we'll make the saw pit. Damn, we can't do it. I wanted to make the saw pit just right over there. Thank you very much, KI. Appreciate that, my dude. The Predator in your avatar? That's sick.
Does it wish to make the entire stream Golem, Kirizan? Does it give it to us?
Do I have someone at the staging post again? I do. Good. Golem Lord. I've never played it, Funky. I've heard though it's great.
Manor Smeagol's. Smeagol's Manor. It has taters. It gives me taters. It's precious to me.
Okay, so once this gets finished and that gets finished, I'm going to take someone off of the hitching post. Because the hitching post right now is just, I want it just to deliver wood around. That's the only reason I have it doing anything right now. Like this guy's bringing this all the way over. It's probably one of my better impressions, Bass Chris. I used to do tons of impersonations. It does actually, it is rough. It is not easy to Gollum for long periods of time. Gollum. He had to have special Gollum juice, he called it. It was like ginger and honey and all these things. And like honey is like a big thing that you learn when you go through. I mean, for those that don't know, I'm a classically trained actor, but honey is, dude, I was in a musical, if you can imagine that. And I got some sort of throat issue. I don't know if I got something on my throat. It's really common for people to kind of get throat abrasions. And I was in between every single scene I was on stage. So I was like, I had like 6 or 7 costume change. I was a bunch of different extras. What's it called? Thrush. Thank you, Bo. I couldn't remember the name of it. But ensemble, not extras. I would go to the cafeteria, grab a handful of honey, because they had a whole bunch, just like a fucking bear. No, they had a bunch of not packets, but those little tiny, like the same thing jelly comes in or jam comes in, where you have to rip open the top of it, and I had to suck it out. So I'd be backstage and people like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Doing great," and then my voice would come back for like 15 minutes, and then it would immediately jump back down. The giveaway is not up yet, but it will be soon. Actually, let me... Oh, shit. Well, yeah, that's got to have the highest priority right now. We need to get that thing going. So what we want here is... I fucked this up. I forgot that you can't just put a steer there. Let's... That is there. That's... in there. Let's pause everything else right now. I need just everything just to pause. We need to get this up and running so I can exemplify something. To be fair though, Gustav, he's contracting out everything, is what he's doing, which isn't a bad idea. I think a lot of people think like he's the one doing all the 3D graphics and everything. He has someone make, like, you can even go to like websites to basically buy a bunch of Unreal 5 models. Like, hey, I modeled this, here you go. And so people, where is that? Oh, fuck, no, pause it. He contracts it all out, buys it, and then just puts it all together. He does the code.
Come on, laddie. Come on.
Okay, so that's there. Okay, we're gonna get to the field. Don't worry about it, buddy. Ah, we got to June. Shit.
Who approved this construction plan? A madman or a fool?
Okay, so we'll see what happens. We've been streaming for 45 minutes, Brutalis. So what's going on here is the game's kind of getting funky, but it's using the aux to do this. Sometimes this happens. So we were actually able to... This sucks. I was going to show it off more. That's okay. It'll happen. The aux will come over here. Here you go. Yeah, see, plowing. This is, I'll save this right here so we can show it. I can show it off in that video. New farming, right. So what happens here and why we've made these smaller is that with this farmhouse, we have only one family assigned to it, which is actually pretty good. So with this single family, they are plowing this field and they are going to sow the field. But since I have an ox assigned over here as well, this ox will plow this entire field while the rest of the family either plows or sows other fields. So it's a great way to get fields taken care of. And with these smaller fields, it just is a lot easier to knock everything out. We're building it. Just calm down. Oh, that's a problem here. Boop, there we go. All right, Kier, thanks for jumping in, man. Always good to see you, brother. So yeah, this got finished. It's all plowed. And now it's just a matter of sowing everything. So once this finishes its being sowed. Oh, they're plowing a field all right. It's probably the best start I've done. It's probably because I've spent so much time fucking this up a lot of times. I've been talking a lot to Strat Gaming. He's given me so much good advice. So a lot of it has just come down to me like trying to like basically throw my head against it so many times over and over to figure out how a lot of it works. This is great. So we have 22 timber. So you know, I should have brought this up in the beginner's guide. So what I want you to take a look at is up here. Construction, used to construct new buildings and upgrade. See, this is currently showing. If I press this button, it'll basically show me the difference between, let me pause. This is like the total amount of actual timber I have in my village right now. But 6 of that timber is committed to work jobs or to construction jobs. So 2, 4, 5, 6. Now, when I press this button, it jumps back to this is actually your available timber. So if you want to really kind of, you can press these buttons to drill down more on what you have available versus not available. It's just pretty much this button right here. This is the default, but it shows you your total goods stored versus your surplus goods stored. That's what the difference is here. Again, guys, if you are watching on YouTube, make the switch to Twitch. It does help me out. And if you are watching and you have not yet picked up Manor Lords, it is 25% off on my Nexus store. And lastly, if you have a Prime sub, use it on me. It's my full-time job and I fucking suck. Someone actually got really upset at me. They were like, dude, hey, you need to stop being so self-deprecating. I'm like, you don't need to tell me how to fucking live my life. Yes, there's a way to delete roads. So Dave, I'll show you right here. There's a little bit of road I don't want. Press R, hold down Alt, left click, remove the road. There you go. So again, for crop rotation, these guys are going to make this field, this weepy wheaten, and then this is just going to fallow for me. We already have it at a staggeringly high, 62%. I could probably even get away with planting all of this. What do you mean? We'll get to it. We'll get to it. You don't suck, you blow. Oh yeah, we're going to pull a person off of this. We have plenty of timber reserves. Let's actually bring this online. And this online. That'll give us access to water, which will be good. But the big thing here too is we want to get access to this because the berry deposits are going to drop off here come winter. So I've removed someone, the person from the hunting camp, because we just don't really need anyone hunting anymore. We're hunting this down to 10, and this is at 10. So the person pretty much for the most part is waiting for an animal to spawn, and then they're going to go hunt them. So we might as well pull that person off of that, have them go to storehouse work, transport some goods. Yes, 25% off of my Nexus store. Here you go, Harrison. That's like it was like an audience plant right there. Like 25% off, you say? Holy shit. Hold on. Okay. That was weird. They weren't really sewing, which was funky. Tell me more. Find out tonight at 9. Thaw pit, I will make in a bit, but we probably make it right there.
An earnest disciple.
Nobody likes a snob, you know? I mean, I think it's because I just I don't think I'm anyone special. And I think you should have confidence in yourself and definitely be sure of who you are in the world. But that's something that comes in with age and time, you know? I'm busy at 9. Can you tell me now? Nope. Tonight at 11 then. Bitch, they stole like all my bread. Oh, these motherfuckers. I haven't been playing with the bandits on recently, so I forgot how frustrating that is. I think you take yourself too seriously in what you do. You just end up kind of hurt. It just ends up hurting you, you know? The more time you spend... Brad Steeler's the audacity. The more time you spend worrying about telling people what you do, the more time it takes away from you, you know what I mean? Like in the sense that I think a lot of our peers, I'm in my 30s, so those of us that are in our 30s or late 20s, you probably have tons of friends that are always like, well, you know, I just got promoted. I'm now the VP of the DS and in the DL. Like, okay, dude, I don't know what those corporate fucking acronyms mean. I live in Southern California, Mr. Mojo. And just so many people I think talk about all this stuff that they do like they think it matters. And I think COVID really showed like how many people like, oh man, I don't really have an idea of what I'm doing with my life. And now that like I can't go and do things with people and act and project how important my busy schedule is because I'm not busy anymore, I am all of a sudden in shambles. And that's really what it is, you know, people talking about, it's very much an American sentiment when it comes to corporate work life, right? Of, well, you know, I'm just so busy at work. I'm like, so you just don't know how to say no? You don't know how to say no. You don't know how to create real boundaries for yourself. And it's not just saying no. It's not just telling a boss like, no, I'm not going to do that. It's, well, listen here. Here's the 5 tasks I'm doing right now. Which one of these tasks do you not want me to do the new task you want me to do? Because I'm fine deprioritizing or de-escalating a task, as it were, but I need to know which ones are not as important. I don't know if roads fuck these up, so I'm kind of wary about it, but we'll see how that works. So we're good. I think. Granary. Need to build this really quick. Our firewood is okay. Yeah, okay. So we can actually pull someone off of this. That's growing. That's still not sowed all the way. Come on, man. We don't need ox here anymore, so we can actually remove that livestock. Oh, you know what? Here's the problem. People. Oh, no, this is a 3-person family. It doesn't feel like it is though. I work corporate only because it pays the bills, but I despise corporate life and jargon. There's so you see that's the problem is like we've created a whole secondary fucking language to say the same things that we already know how to say in our language, but with like a sentiment that like no one asked for, right? Like, hey, we need to be more aware of saying things like this because it could trigger people that are sensitive to like. My friend sent me a whole list of items that his company's like we can't say D-Day anymore because it like has connotations towards war. Who in the workforce now is like, oh, don't say it. I'm having flashbacks, you know? Like, It is super weird, dude. It is so weird. I hate it. I'm just saying, man. Give us like 10 more years. I say we get over to like 10-year 4-day work weeks. There's no fucking reason any corporate person should work a 5-day work week all 365 days of the year. Google's Norwegian. So that's good. Let's go ahead and do that. And this. Sewed and sewed. Good, good. What is this not completely sewed? Weird. Thank you, Vesh. Yeah, I mean, that's, if you're in a corporate workplace and you're getting overwhelmed with work, that's the way you get out of it. Quote unquote, get out of it. And it's just simply to say, okay, I have these items on my plate. Which ones do you not want me to focus on the new item you want? And if they say none of them, they're all important, then they say, well, great. I would love your tutelage in how I can accomplish these and do them to your expectations. So what help can you give me? What aid or assistance can you give me? Because if you say, I can't do that, it doesn't work for me, they're going to think, oh, well, you're not, what's it called? Solution oriented. You're victim oriented, or you're not providing me solutions. Yeah, which one is urgent? There you go. You just basically have to say, cool, this is how we prioritize, you know, like I'm trying to create a prioritization schedule with you. You just got to out corporate the corporate. And people in middle management just never fucking know what they're talking about. As a former VP of sales, they don't know what they're talking about. I think people in a corporate environment too open their mouths and speak when they should not. Like, and I mean, I say like I do it in YouTube, but I'm often wrong in my YouTube videos. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I would never ever say or speak up in a corporate environment if I wasn't 100% right. And if I was, then if someone kind of came back at me and said, well, actually, I'd be like, well, fucking actually back at you. Like, here's a for instance. What up, machine? My old boss, one of my last bosses, he blanked out like I am doing right now. We need planks. That's what we need to do. So I would come in at 7 o'clock, give or take. Do a little bit of that. What up, Riggedy Rickster? Give him a $10 Amazon card. Pay up for a pizza night. You know, though, like, someone like me who doesn't really have pizza very often, like, a pizza night is deadly. Of course, Blue Wolf. Happy to help, man. Let me just make sure I have all this guys set up, guys. Sorry. First level clothing stalls. Okay, tannery we'll need to do too. That'll be soon. Tannery we will put. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with creating these things and just pausing them, letting them just kind of chill. Like, okay, I'm going to put the tannery right here so they can leverage the marketplace, but also the granary and the storehouse is where they're going to get all their items from, right? So we can just, we created it, we just pause it. We're not ready for the workforce to be allocated there. But at least you've allocated the resources so you can start like working towards other things without worrying about, oh shit, I didn't save enough timber for that resource. No, there's no wolf packs that spawn in during winter. That'd be fucked. So we're good here. We're good here. We're good here. Good. Those crops are good. So what I'm going to do here for this, just so I can keep an eye on it, I put this like that. Now I can kind of see, well, you can't see. Put that like that. So what this allows me, actually, you know, I'll do it over here so you guys can see. What this allows me to do is, since I'm playing this, since I'm doing manual crop rotation, this allows me to monitor the crop growth without having to constantly click back here. And it's not too obtrusive on my screen. It's kind of just off to the corner, so that's fine. That's how I kind of keep my field in my view without it being completely blown out. This tells me estimated resource produced, days left to harvest is 70. Just ignore that because it's telling you that's like, okay, we're in June. So it's about 70 days away from September when the game would naturally go to harvest the crop. We're going to push this all the way through until probably like November time. And we're going to process this crop and this grain in December during the winter when we have all this time to kind of build, expand, do all this other stuff. Your field of view. So I would come in, like I said, for work at 7 a.m. And then my boss would come in around 9. Then our president, his boss, our director, like our boss above that, would come in around 10:30. And I'm not gonna poop at home. I'm gonna poop on company time for fucking sure, right? So okay, MK, I got you, bro. I would go in, I would do a lot of my calls, and I'd probably poop around like, I don't know, 10 a.m. Just so happens too, my boss would poop around that time too. Well, you know, hey, you go to the bathroom, you poop. You sit on your phone because it's corporate America. You take a good 15-minute dumper. Yeah, never take a shit unless you're getting paid for it. So I would do that. And one day he was like, hey, you know, he said, we noticed you're taking a long time on your bathroom breaks. And I was like, and I'm someone that kind of uses other people as a scale of what I should do, a barometer as it were. I saw he would come in late, then he would go on his bathroom breaks and they would be around like 15 minutes or so. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's acceptable. No one's really going to say anything, right? Because how many times you get into a workplace and like, we treat you like an adult here. As long as you're doing your job, you can come and go as you expect to, right? Okay, that's not true. So he told me that and I was like, well, I kind of go off your lead, man. Whatever you do, I do. He goes, well, you know, I don't go for that long. I was like, okay, fine. So what I fucking did, thank you, Drogo, was after that meeting, every time he went to the bathroom, I had a secondary notepad like this, and I wrote down when he went and when he came back. Because we were friends. Like he wasn't just like a boss. He was a cool guy. We went to the same college. He was 4 years above me. He was definitely a very mentor person to me. So we'd be like, all right, I gotta take a shit. And he'd walk away. And he would always kind of like, oh, I gotta go drop the kids off the pool. He would always kind of make a little joke about it. I'm like, uh-huh. I'd write it down. About a month later, he goes, hey, so, you know, this is the second time I'm having to talk to you about this, but you know, if there is a third time, we're probably going to do a performance write-up. And I was like, I'm so glad you brought this up, man. You know, hey, I want to make sure that the company, my boss's poop diary, dude, 100%. I want to make sure that we're honest with our time and the company's not wasting money on employees. So I totally understand what you're saying. So, hey, so here this is what's that? I'm like, those are the times in which you've gone to poop and come back to the desk. And next to that are the times that I've gone and done the exact same. And I said, you can see that my time is half, if not less than yours. And he was like, all right, never mind. Forget we had this conversation. You're fine. Go ahead. Go back to your desk. And I was like, yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. And like, that was around like the first year of us working together. And after that, there were times where he would kind of tell me something like, hey, basically you're not doing your job, more or less. Like the subtext of a meeting was, you need to work harder on something. He could fire me all he wants, but I got the proof. I got the receipts. Well, what's telling me is someone else brought it up to him, because that's the way, his name was John. That's the way John operated. John was never like I'm watching him. He's pooping too much. Someone would say, why isn't he at his desk? And it's like, never mind that I've been here for 4 hours longer than whoever's probably asking. I'm not at my desk at that exact moment. And there was another time where he kind of said, like, listen, your numbers are really low. And it really upset me because I had, for every month up until that point, just been 110%. And I was at like, I don't know, 85, 90%. Okay, so that's another burger slot is done. We're at +1. Okay, cool. So we need another family coming in. I'm actually going to go ahead and do... You know what? Let's do a little of this. What's up, Albanian Fox? I'm gonna do a little of that. gonna make another burger slots in here. And it pissed me off because the reason, yeah, I was in sales. I did tech sales. I was backup software. I was in the enterprise division, so I sold to like Dropbox, Samsung, large companies. Our business unit was, when I first got there, I had my own business unit underneath. No, not not a Veeam. Veeam, we were not VM based. My business unit was responsible for 1 mil in business a year. The parent business unit was responsible for 10 mil every year. And then when my old boss left, I took over that whole business unit. So that when I became a VP, I was in charge of that one. But yeah, he had told me like, oh, basically you're not doing your job. So I didn't talk to him for like a month. Like I talked to him, but it was all very like, yep, okay, sure, got it, cool. And then I blew his number so hard out of the water because even though he was my boss, he still had to perform. And then it made the company question why he was there. And like, he's like, why? Okay, if you're his manager, why aren't you doing better than him? We want you to really like set an example. And he was like, hey, I'm sorry for the way like I came down on you like last month. You crushed it this month. We're giving you a raise and so on and so forth. I'm like, yeah, man, just know that I'm not, if you chide me or scold me in a corporate environment, I'm going to spend the rest of my time trying to show you you're wrong by working 10 times harder than you. Because I'm not the smartest, I'm not the best at everything. I'm not particularly good, especially at like video games, but I will outwork the fuck out of you. Because if I think that I'm like failing, I'll just take my health into like I'll redline that motherfucker. and I'll just try to outperform via just like persistence. The game's looking great, Albanian. I mean, it is still in early access, so those things need to be considered, but it's in a great spot right now. It definitely became a toxic company, Kish. When that boss left and I took over for him, I got chided for, hey, you know, we're noticing that you come in and then you leave right exactly at 4:30 when you say you're going to leave. I'm like, okay. And that boss was the president. So at that point I was the VP. So I directly reported to the president. So, you know, let me jump up to the next set of like progressions in the game here, guys, before I go out into more my random, my typical tangents. Okay, so we're making planks. What I want to do, I think our fuel's pretty damn good. No, it's still only 5 months. We need more families up in this bitch. I hate that. Can I just like ignore this? Can I like remove? No, I'm very good at compartmentalizing my corporate workplace. I just work really, really fucking hard when I'm there, and then when I leave, I just don't think about it at all. Because I was not on call or anything like that. I told all my bosses, I was like, I just came out of a startup company where I was required to have my email on my phone. Basically, I was taking phone calls at 9 p.m. I will not look, as soon as I walk out that door, you will not be able to reach me unless you directly call me until the next morning. So I'm letting you know right now, I will not be putting Outlook on my phone. I eventually put it on when I was the VP, but kind of was required of me at that point to be a little more in contact with people, but they were pretty fine with that. So we're building this. The saw pit is up. Planks. What do I want to do with these planks? I can't fucking remember. We're not going to worry about the windmills and the communal oven just yet because it's all based off of this, right? I can't remember what I'm going to do. I could start working on... No. I was going to start getting the stone cutter up because stone is really quick to gather and really... like, you could sell so fucking much of it. I guess I'll start working towards the church. So I'll just kind of bank up the planks. Okay, we will release this. So yeah, they're like, hey, you know, we see that you're leaving on time, basically. And I said, listen, I come in at 6:30 or 7 o'clock. You come in at 10:30, 11 o'clock. Because I think I even asked him, like, what time did you come in today? He was like, around like 10:30. I had a meeting at 11. I'm like, okay. So you come in at that time. And I work all the way up until 2 o'clock when I take my lunch. Or 1:30 is when I would take my lunch. They're like, oh, we mean to talk about that. Mean to talk to you about that too. You've been taking too long of a lunch. I'm like, I work the East Coast predominantly. And majority of my clients, after 2 p.m. West Coast, they're off. So if I don't have any clients, I don't have any calls, I've done all my reactive kind of housekeeping, I'm going to take an hour 15 lunch because I'm hitting my sales quota. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And that doesn't, that's what you wanted me to do. That's what I'm doing. And I leave at 4:30 because I've been here since 7 and I'm working my ass off. And it's like a 3-4 man show at that point. So he's like, well, it just kind of shows that you don't want to be here. I'm like, no, I come in, I work my ass off, I hit the numbers I'm supposed to hit, and I get my paycheck and I leave. That's my job. Like if there's no culture, I was like past 4:30, no one else is here. What am I gonna do? Hang out? It's just one of those annoying fucking like, well, you know, it'd be really great if you could stay, if you come in earlier and stay later. No, fuck you. You know, though, like I say all this stuff, but the president was actually like he was Canadian. He was actually a really cool guy. When I told him, like, listen, I'm miserable. I want to quit. I hate my job. I hate what I'm doing. I was making $125,000 a year, but I was probably spending 130 because I was just so miserable. I was just buying my way to happiness if I could. I was like, let me buy something to give me like a day and a half hit of dopamine. And I told him that. I told him exactly all that. And he said, listen, I don't want you here if you're miserable. You know, he's like, I have this company because I love to do this, but I don't need to work like this. Because he had a bunch of companies before and he had all this stuff. He's a big investiture guy. He was like, but I still do need you. So how about this? I'll pay you your salary as a 1099 employee and you can come in 3 days a week for 4 hours. That's what he did in the year and a half before COVID started. And it allowed me to take YouTube to where it is right now. It allowed me to have the time to work on it, pure work on it. To be fair, though, I was also spending that time to job hunt into the gaming industry because I wanted to join like a Blizzard at that time. So, I mean, he was definitely like a cool guy, but when it came to being like a boss, he wasn't the best boss. That was the problem. He was social. He was he had a lot of funny stories. Like he was a cool dude to talk to. But again, when it came to being a boss, he's like, these numbers don't add up. You're snow plowing me. I'm like, I'm not. He's like, it's a fucking snow job. I'm like, I'm not. Those are the numbers. So it seemed like a very toxic work environment, but it was mainly just the nature of a company being owned by another company. Because although he was the president, he was not the full owner. We had a German company that owned us. And oh, hey, we got someone who bought the Manor Lords on Nexus, having worked now with Germans. You guys need better work etiquette is all I'm going to say. It's funny is every single culture has a very specific way of working. My first startup company that I worked with was owned by a really big like name in the SEO world, and he was Indian, and it was owned by two Indian brothers and a Chinese guy, and they had very specific ways. But all three of them had very specific ways of working that was cultural. I've worked with a bunch of British companies. They all work the same. German companies all work the same. I've worked with now 2 different German companies, and German companies fucking love, what's it called? Oh, here's a document that tells you what to do on the certain task within a company. Documentation. That's the term. They love screeds and paragraphs and just paper after paper of documentation. Oh, we have documentation on that. It's a 4-page paper on how to write a pivot chart in Excel. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Whereas Americans are rootin' tootin' shooting, right? Like, I hear 40% of the instructions you told me, I do 20% of them, and I get mad that you don't like my results because I fucked up the other 80%. You know, like that's like the American work culture. Like, yeah, got it, cool, yeah, 100%. I should do that right now. Well, I'll go do that. And they just go work themselves to the bone and do it wrong because they're not paying attention. Because, like, they work too fast to try to deliver the result as quick as they can without accuracy. That's like American work culture, more or less, when it comes to like how they disseminate and actually do the actual job. God, I fucking hate SOPs. Okay, so we're coming into August. We got a pretty good crop growth coming in here. 20%. We'll probably get this to around 60% by November time, which should give us enough to last for a long time. Documentation procedures. It's just so funny how cultures are so different. Where I grew up, I'm getting attacked right now. Where I grew up with a lot of Chinese and Vietnamese immigrants, and a lot of my friends were conversely then Chinese and Vietnamese, and Korean. I had a lot of Korean friends too. Yo, let me get that oxtail soup, yo. It's someone's birthday. And when I worked for my first startup company, and that guy was, my direct boss was Chinese, he was like, he was basically telling me that like everyone who is like he's using generalizations here, right? He's like, Chinese managers treat their employees like Chinese parents. I'm like, well, what do you mean? And he sent me a meme that was like the old Chinese parent meme with like this and like the funny like old like 4chan backgrounds. Like think of Rage Wolf. It said A or A minus, why not A? And he's like, and it was 100% it. I got like a huge $10,000 sale, and he's like, well, you could have made this $12,000, but I guess good job. I'm like, fuck, man, that burned. No wonder these fucks are so upset. I had so many of my friends were just like downtrodden by the time we got to like high school, because like their parents were just like, yeah, I mean 3.0 or 3.8 is okay. 4.2 is what we really want out of you, but okay, fine, it's fine. It just gets, you're not going to go to Yale. So we've decided that our son was not going to go to Yale because of your performance in 6th grade. Yeah, and all your women are beautiful, Albanian Fox. So if you could fuck off, you know, I'm sick of it. Are you a doctor yet, Dad? I'm 12. No excuses. It's true though. So I think we're good plank. Oh, we are so good plank wise. So we're taking this off of there, putting that over to here to logging camp. And now we can build. I kind of, you know what? There's probably a, what do you mean not enough goods? Oh, any more stone, no big deal. There's probably a way to probably do this in the right way. When it comes to setting up your church, but I just kind of like to. Nope, giveaway is at the end of the stream, Poochimon. Again, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, make the switch to Twitch. That's where I will be doing the giveaway when it goes live. And also, it is, you can purchase Manor 25% off on my Nexus store right now. Dua Lipa, she's Albanian. She hasn't accepted my wedding proposal yet, but she will. They all do. Everyone will. Want to find true love. We're good there. So we're gonna make. You are crazy, Polly. So the farmhouse actually doesn't need anyone on it right now because we're not harvesting. So once we've planted and sowed the crop does its own thing. You're good to go ahead and let that just kind of fuck itself off. Armando, did you just make the switch back across? Yeah, I'm here on Twitch, my dude. So we actually have 3 openings we could do, and we're good. Let's actually do this. Let me see if I can make another foamy poo here. Maybe fun. I don't know what kind of house we get over here. I wanted to see. If I did this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Do see more timber. That's how we're going to do that one. Get some good slots out of that. Some good sluts. So we see more timber. Timber's on. That's off. What's our fuel like? Fuel's pretty solid. We're just going to... So you don't look at this, though, and go, oh, okay, cool. I've got 10 months of food and fuel. I'll pull everyone off of those production lines. No, you want to keep those up because you are going to get more people. I would have more people right now, but I don't have the actual burgage plot set up for them. I think I'm just going to fill this whole area with like burgage slots for the most part, with like the church around them. And you don't need to do that. I just, why is this? Oh, I don't have the timber. I need 2 more timber. I didn't really need to do this, but all right. Guys, thank you for switching on over to Twitch. And if you do have a Prime sub you've not used this month, use it. Use it on me. Good there. We can pop back over to... So we have... Let's just put... We got so many things we can do now. The fine sleuts. Hunting camp's all good. We're good there. Tannery's going to go put up our... Oh, you son of a bitch. These bandits, man. I don't even know where so I don't even know. I don't know, admittedly, how the bandit feature works. From what I understand, you cannot shut it off. It's just part of the difficulty. Papa Oxy, thanks for lurking, dude. Which I kind of don't like. 2 people are there. I can actually put a cart. One of the ox over here to help with moving these around. Let's also set this to the work area. Let's just do right here. And what you should be doing, I'm not really min-maxing this too hard. Eventually you should relocate these camps. You can relocate your logging camp, your hunting camp, relocate it just to trees. Once I kind of eat all these trees, I'll probably relocate it over to here or over to here. Just, you don't need to keep the logging camp in one spot. Just know, though, that if you have local storage, it will get destroyed. You can ask me whatever you'd like. Go. I have tons of previous employment stories. I worked at a GameStop for 4 years. I was an area manager wherein I was in charge of multiple stores. Not a district manager. You basically go seasonal hire, associate, a key, an assistant store manager, a store manager, then an area manager who's in charge of 3 stores, 2 to 3 stores, then a district manager who's in charge of an entire district's worth of stores, which is typically like 8 to 12, sometimes 15, depending on the size of the district. Like, I was like LA County, LA Ventura County. And there was another full-on LA County. Like, LA, I think, had 3 district managers. Then you have... I can't remember who above the district manager. Who's above the DM? It was like the DM was in charge of the district and there was someone above. Regional manager. Thank you, Taterman. That was it. And then you had someone who was like in charge of the seaboard, basically. Like, hey, regional manager is pretty much in charge of California. Then you had someone who's in charge of that fucking the West Coast. But GameStop, closing stall's good. GameStop? Okay, so we have some people who have worked. Mike worked at GameStop. Has anyone else worked at GameStop before in chat? And if you have any questions about the game, what I'm doing, just let me know. I'm kind of just buzzing through things. I'm trying to get us to a specific spot. That actually was a thing. Assistant to regional manager was a thing. You usually meant you were being... That was usually a district manager, Crisp. That was being catered to be the next regional manager. Did you work at a Zoomies, Tater Man? Cynical worked at a GameStop. Mike worked at a GameStop. What was the highest rank, quote unquote, that you got at GameStop? Were any of you actual SMs? Were any of you ASMs? Were any of you keys? Was a scrub some 15 years ago. Man, that's honestly about when I worked it. It's 2024. I worked 2011 to 2015, 14, maybe 2010 to. Oh no, it was the fall of 2010. No. Yes, it was. Okay, so you were just an associate or seasonal. We need 2 more timber. Here's ASM 2011 to 2013. Cynical knows what it is like then. I was management lived the Al Bundy dream for about 10 years. Fuck, dude. So I don't know where you're at, Cynical, what state you were in or anything like that. But for us, we were expected, so 40-hour work weeks, right? In our district, we were expected to work 50 to 60-hour work weeks. I worked 60 because I was an area manager. I started as a seasonal, and I became a store manager. I became an ASM within 9 months. And by the time I became a store manager, I was like the youngest manager in the company. But was the pay worth it? The benefits were cool. Cynical will probably tell you that he probably split the games with his store manager, but every single major game that comes out, store managers get them for free. And consoles when there's massive console launches. So when all the new gens of consoles come out, the store managers are given those. We got to go to E3 for free. There is an actual convention for managers, which was fun. The very first store I worked at was amazing. The manager, the boss, his name was Jim. He was a former nuclear submarine engineer. So you know he was a shitlord, right? So he's former Navy. He's used to being into enclosed spaces for a long time. So he's just a shithead, right? Like this guy's fucking just gonna be a funny dude. One time I walked into the back, and he wasn't naked or anything, but he had his legs crossed and he was going like this. He was going, "Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me so hard." And I was just like, walked right back out. And I was like, "Yeah, sorry, ma'am, we don't have that game in. We're sold out." Like, he was just a really cool guy, and he knew how to be a leader. He cared about people. He had worked in retail before the Navy and worked in retail after the Navy at a Brooks Brothers, whoever does like the frames, open to close every day, 100%. That's from the movie. Isn't that from Silence of the Lambs? And I remember one day I fucked up and I was supposed to work a day. This is back when I was a seasonal. I didn't know the calendar started on Sunday, not Monday. And I used to go home to my parents' house on Sunday. So he called me and goes, "Hey, is everything okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, why?" And he goes, "Well, usually you're like here an hour early. You're not in and you're an hour late." I was like, "Am I supposed to work today?" He goes, "Yep, you're on the calendar." And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm in Pasadena. I had no idea. I'll leave right now. I'll come home. I'll come to the store. I'll be right there and like, give me an hour." He goes, "Nope, don't worry about it." I was like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." He's like, "It's fine." And he just hung up. And I got to work the next day, and I was super apologetic. I was like, I'm so sorry, man. I just didn't know. I didn't know it started on Sunday. It's my fuck up. I no excuses here. I didn't mean to." And he was like, "No big deal, really." Like, he's like, "How much did you think about that between our phone call and now?" I was like, "Every waking minute." I go, "See that?" He's like, "That's all the punishment that I needed then." Like, he's like, "You're never going to do that again now." because he's like, you let me down, but I know you didn't mean to do it, and you've now spent so much time thinking about it that what's the point of me now punishing you for it? Like, you got the point got across, so you're just not going to do that again. I'm like, you're right, I won't. And he was a dad too, so he wasn't like, he didn't just scold people to scold people. He usually would have an objective, right? And that was like probably one of the first experiences I had of like a really good managing technique of just being like, yeah, you fucked up, and you hanging yourself about it is more, it's going to make for better results than me actually doing anything, right? It's like, than me just like kind of sitting there and going, you son of a bitch. So he was a really cool guy. And then I had a really cool ASM who was around my age. I had really cool keys. Everyone was really cool. We were really, really tight knit. And that, it was just fun, man. Like, I was like fresh out of college. I remember like watching a bunch of anime on Netflix or stuff like that with a lot of them. Or we would jump on Skype calls, because Skype was a big thing back then, and play, not Phantasmophobia, fuck, what's it called? Paranoia or whatever it is. It was an old, like one of the very first big scary games that came out. PewDiePie used to put it on his YouTube channel. I think it's Paranoia, right? Anyone know what I'm talking about? Or it's something. Maybe it's schizophrenia. I don't know. It's a pharania. And we had a really cool tight knit group. Over time though, as things do. Are we out of people working? Who's here? Insomnia, that's it. Amnesia. Insomnia is another game I'm thinking of. It was Amnesia. Like with like the fucking water monster you couldn't see, but unless it walked through the water, it was the only way to see it. I think we're good here. Hello Kitty Online 2, actually. Guys, hold up. Got that. Oaken Bandits, eh? We'd play those games, and it was just a lot of fun. It was a really cool experience to just kind of like have this really awesome group of people that were all really like-minded. We all got along about on everything. If we had a problem in the workplace, we could just talk to whoever to figure it out. And it was just a really good environment. It was a really, really solid environment. Eventually, though, the district manager moved Jim over to a store closer to where he lived. And he didn't want it to happen, but then the district manager moved the worst manager into that store. And our store was like in the top 100s. At the time that I worked there, there was something like, it was 4,000 stores. I don't remember. Maybe it was 1,400. I can't remember the number. And that manager was terrible. He was god awful, and we just kept getting in trouble with him because his name was Will, and he took just like just like this. I'm not trying to chide you. It's just that, like, I just don't like the way you do things. He sounded just like the comic book guy from some Simpsons. I'm no fucking hyperbole. He had a big, long salt and pepper ponytail. He had a 5 head that started here, and that fucker was all the way down to his butthole. And all he would do is sit at the computer and go in the back. He would never fucking help customers. And then when he did help customers, he would just be the nicest person in the world, but he would do 1 or 2 customers a day. So he'd always have positive reviews. So he did a lot of dirty shit, and we just never knew how he would get away with it. But eventually, I got to take over for that store, and that's when, like, when you work at the beginning of any location, it's always fun, right? You're always like, "Oh, this is cool," and then you rise up at that location, and you start to kind of push yourself through the ranks, and it becomes a pain in the fucking ass. Because you realize that shit does truly trickle down, and you had no idea how insulated you were from it at the very bottom rung of the ladder. That as you climb the ladder, you're like, oh wow, there's a lot of poop up here. Oh my god, and you're just choking on poop all day. Drone cutter camp. Okay, cool. We'll shut that off for a bit. We have too much stone as it is. Our storehouse could probably be, yeah, thought so. Okay, we'll do that. Probably Lagoon. I never watched Chuck. there's a reason. There's a reason that the people stay in stuff like hospitality and retail, because you do definitely trauma bond, but you meet people you would not normally meet in your day-to-day, right? As far as like as far as the people you work with, and you rub shoulders with people you never thought you'd be friends with, or you rub shoulders with people that you never knew how to break into, like being friends with those kind of people. Like maybe you've always wanted to have a really cool biker friend, but you don't own a bike, but you just so happen to have the same workplace, so now you guys are able to bond. And it's why, like, my biggest like bit of advice for anyone who is like a younger person in their earlier 20s, go find a job that fucking sucks. Go work hospitality, go work retail, and learn to suck shit for a number of years. And if you do that, you will be able to build a skin about yourself that will take care of you in later days when you have to deal with true actual hardship. And you just learn to suffer through bad things for a bigger goal, right? A greater good, as it were. And I don't think enough people do that. And that's why you have so many people that are entitled and shitlords about all the things that they touch in their lives. But it's like, dude, if you had just sucked the fuck for a couple of years and then been like, oh, well, you know what? This isn't as bad as that, so I'm good. Like, I went paralyzed in my arms and legs in high school. Very few things in my life really bother me to the point where I'm like, well, is this as bad as losing control of my arms and legs? Nah. I'll push through. Working at deli, it's the most high school drama for managers twice your age. And that's another thing too, is like, okay, I've worked in theater, I've worked in retail. It's all the same thing, man. Just you get people working in the same place over time and proximities. It's just so much ego and stuff like that just kind of inhabits people. It's so funny. But yes, GameStop was super corporate. Yes, push reserves and stuff like that. A lot of those things are big fixtures of GameStop for sure. But if you're never taught how to actually position, to properly kind of position those things in conversation, this is what a GameStop interaction is like. Okay, cool. So you're picking up this game. Did you want to pre-order anything? No. Okay. Are you one of our members? Oh, no, you're not. Well, did you want to sign up for a free card? Okay. Well, you don't. Okay. Well, we also have a paid card. It's $15 a month. So we have a really good magazine. Okay. Well, now I've just hit you with like 19 things. And you're already in a no mindset. But it's like, oh, you're buying this game right now? Cool, that's great. Yeah, this game just came out. We do have a pre-owned version of it. I don't know if you're into those kind of things, but we do make sure that they actually do work. But it's pre-owned. It saves you some money. And if you have our Pro card, it's 10% off of it. Oh, our Pro card, so it's $15 a month and you get a magazine. But if you don't buy a lot of pre-owned games, it's not going to be a huge use for you. It's more if you do like buying pre-owned games, and if you buy a lot of new games and you don't ever sell your games, I'm not going to lie to you, it's not that worth it. The $15 a month, I do like the fucking magazine. It's probably my favorite thing about it. But other than that, if you're not into those things or don't check a box for you, it's not worth it. You can get the free card though. It's just gives you points. So at least you're kind of working towards something, and you can use those points for dollar off coupons. I literally just like, that's how I would position it for most people, and they go, oh, cool. And that's just a matter of being honest about it. Like, if you buy new games, there's no reason to buy this card. And then at the very end of the conversation, I'm like, are there any games you're excited about coming out? Like, what kind of games are you into? Oh, that's great. Well, do you know that this game's coming out? Oh, cool. Hey, here's how a pre-order works. But that was like more when we didn't get supply for those games if you didn't have a certain number of pre-orders. Not AAA studios though. No, I don't, unfortunately, Nizer. I think it's like going to be 2-3 years. I think we're good to make a manor here soon. No more plunks. Okay. Yeah, I got, it's something called Guillain-Barré syndrome, Gustav. But I got Guillain-Barré syndrome when I was in high school, and so I went paralyzed in my arms and legs. I didn't lose full use of them, but think of taking a poop for a long time, and you get up and your leg's asleep and it tingles. That's what I felt for about a half of a year. It's 10 years in the oil field, dude. What did you work? Did you do? Were you 7.3s? I have a lot of friends that have worked oil. My last friend worked oil. I think he did like 10.4s, and that was not fucking fun, man. I'll tell you that. But it's like walking to a GameStop was always so rough. But it's like if you had a cool manager who knew how to position, how to teach you things, you could have a lot of fun working there because it's like it's video games. I was talking about games all day. It was a really enjoyable experience for me, and I never felt shitty about it until I got higher into the company, where the things that bothered me about working at GameStop were the clients, because they would come in and they were assholes to me. I worked by my last actual store was actually down the street from me right now, but I had a lot of high profile clients. So Will Smith's son would come in all the time, who's one of the nicest kids in the world. Pete Sampras, also extremely nice. What's his name from Scrubs? The doctor, like the main doctor that was always a jerk. Cox, Dr. Cox. Dr. Cox has a super on spectrum son. Very, very, very on spectrum. And it just, the son's the nicest kid in the world, and he just was like, he's divorced and they split custody. So he would just not want to be recognized because he didn't want to overwhelm his son. So my manager spent a lot of time with autistic kids, and she would always like kind of get down on the ground and help out the kid and everything. And he was super nice and very appreciative. Like, he was just the coolest guy. Wayne Gretzky, I helped twice, and that was probably one of my favorite ones. John C. McGinley. Thank you, Lagoon. The bad guy from he was like the quintessential 90s bad guy. He was always a bad guy in the 90s and 80s movies. The bad guy in Beverly Hills Cop 3. I helped him once, and he was just rough for wear. He was like selling games to me. I'm like, you buy crack right now, man? But I would have moms come in, and they would buy GTA for their kids after school because it was right by a high school. And I would tell the mom, like, hey, this is M-rated for all these things. Is that okay with you? And she'd go, what do you say? I'm sorry. I'm high on Xanax. Yeah, it's fine. Sure. I was like, oh fuck. And the place I worked was right by, like, we all know, like, Calabasas and Malibu. So think of those areas. This cute little block of sleepy little homes. Okay. We're probably pretty good to make. I'm pretty spracked out on caffeine now, so I'm sorry, guys. I've gotten us so off the deep end. Manor is good. Okay, so let's make the Manor. Kind of like the Manor. Where do you guys want the Manor? Make the Manor back here. Where's our? Yeah, I don't like anything over here, so maybe make the Manor like right here. That'd be kind of cool. Loving it. Star Killer. I've got that video coming out tomorrow on... I'm just going to commit this as is. We'll work on other stuff during the winter. Yeah, there's no way to stop that, no. But... Did I hit all these things? These are all good. Yeah. Cool. Let's go ahead and expand your living space. Living spaces. I want to turn this, though, into an artisan workshop. And then I'm going to start converting this whole economy to war pretty soon. I think we're pretty good here. Berries are fine. We're waiting for winter for this. We're just keeping... I'm waiting for November before we go harvest this wheat. Actually, what we should do, too, is... What's our Timberland's at 21. We can pause on that then. I think there's someone here, right? Yeah, we pop it off. And I'm going to build... Come on. 99. It's going to be 99 because that's not... Okay, so. Or fuck my dick. Not that far, but it still bothers me. So what I'm doing here is I've done some podcasts before, Gustavo, but like I think it's so trite nowadays. Again, everyone's got a fucking podcast. And a lot of people don't have anything interesting to say. Like, yeah, I mean, you haven't lived life. I don't give a fuck about what your spread is on your fantasy football league. I don't give a shit what you did playing golf this weekend. Those things suck. Like, I want to know the hardest times you've had in your life. I want to know when you really didn't think you were going to make it. I want to know when you stared at yourself in the mirror for 15 minutes, unbroken eye contact, wondering what the next step in your life is. Those are the things I want to hear. But everyone's got these fucking podcasts where they're like, you're never going to believe the date I had. I don't give a fuck about your date. We all agree dates suck. So shut the fuck up. So it's hard to like differentiate yourself in a podcast. It's something that people would over time have to jump out. One thing I wanted to do though was like, I really wanted to make, gotta have people back on planks. I wanted to make my streaming. I wanted my streaming to be like, let's focus on, you know what? We'll put something back at this hitching post. They'll transport to all of our in progress projects. I wanted my streams to bring people in, to bring like, okay, you know what? Let's have a real stream interview with like Dr. Disrespect, Timmy the Tat Man, because yeah, sure, I can be rootin' tootin' wild and weird. But I think it'd be fun to have just like kind of a real conversation with a lot of these characters that are larger than life or kind of personalities. And I think a lot of streamers have streamer personalities that are different than their actual personality. I am no different in the real world than I am when I stream, as many friends that are either watching or have been on the stream will attest to. Although I will say, I'm probably actually like weirder in person, like far more. Podcast +1, that's right, Rika. The fucking shit in those podcasts, man. Well, you know what? She was asking for it. I think too that podcasts over time kind of fall on their own sword. Like, you can love Joe Rogan or you can hate him. I don't give a fuck. But I think that Joe Rogan, as a virtue of being a signed, contracted podcaster, just has so many episodes that are misses now because he has to hit like kind of a quota for a contract amount, right? Like, okay, I got to hit these numbers. So I'm going to bring on this fucking dude who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. But then I'm going to have this one guy who's got these really cool, interesting things to talk about. Like, so it becomes bloat, right? You have just content bloat of people saying a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense versus a lot of stuff that does make sense. And you don't know which ones to kind of parse because he doesn't even know. And he's even said, you know, like, I'm not smart. I let the interviewers do the talking because I don't really know on these subjects. Well, that was his original kind of candor. So it's like podcasts are another thing too, that eventually just becomes something that just kind of fall apart, I feel. It's your birthday. God, everybody in chat. I don't care if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch. Everybody say happy birthday to Vlad. It is his birthday today. And if you're on YouTube, come on over to fucking Twitch. And if you haven't picked up Manor Lords, it is 25% off on my Nexus store right now, my dude. Fuck. So my fucking leather. Okay, so we've got pretty good handle on a lot of stuff. Woodcutter's Lodge. Okay, we got enough of this. Happy the birthday to the Vladislav. We're going to keep these three families unemployed. Show me the baby. I didn't mean. I just couldn't find you. Oh. Oh, get over here. Here. Yo, little buddy. You sleeping? Were you sleeping? Oh, what a good.
A steadfast supporter.
He was sleeping underneath the toilet like he does. Oh. Bed. Sometimes he'll sleep underneath my bed. It's good, man. It's only noon my time, though, Braton. Oh, I'm sorry, Metal. Okay, so let me explain this. Again, I have a whole video talking about these things, but so for those that don't know, here's how this system works. The marketplace has market supply and demand. So what this is telling me is we only have enough firewood. Why do we not have enough? We have like a shit ton over here.
Let's go, people.
Oh, I think I took them off of planks. Yeah, planks can chill for a bit. No, planks can't. Well, planks can. Oh yeah, we have 14 months of fuel. Where's all the fucking firewood? Huh. You know what? We're gonna do this. There we go. So what this is telling me is, when you hover over these values and it shows you red or green, what it's showing you is the percentage of availability of these commodities to these locations. So if I look at clothing, I have this one location is red. This is not telling me that it's out of range of the marketplace. It is telling me that I don't have enough available leather for this house to tap into it. All goods are immediately, instantly, like magically transported to the homes from the marketplace. So this allows me to go, okay, well, looks like we need more fuel. We don't have enough firewood in these locations for them to kind of hit their next progression point. So I need to have more firewood accessibility. I don't know why. I think this guy's just, yeah, he's just transporting logs, and that's the issue. But what I want to do here is, I want this to be, oh, you know what I should have fucking done? I want to make a Boyer's thing. Burger style. Like, we'll progress this bad boy. In fact, we'll do it once we hit winter. We're still trying to make some big pushes. This can take its precious time. A Boyer is someone who makes bows. Does he make boys? I could see why you would get confused there, though. Luca, that is a natural progression that someone would make. There's no, if I heard Boyer, like, you must craft wooden children. So, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I'm gonna actually save this. I'm a real boy. So we're in October 2. We're coming around to the time that I want to harvest this. And we didn't make it all the way to 100% here. That's fine. When winter comes, this crop will not just get blown out, though. So that's important to know. It doesn't just get destroyed, which is cool. So it makes this entire burgage plot a Boyer. I lose 2 families worth of workers. So it's kind of risky to do this when you're early in your kind of economic ramp, as it were. But I really want to start like pumping some fucking... I want to get wild with this. I'm taking this into a direction I haven't gone yet. So the reason we're going to do the Fletcher's Workshop first, though, is that war bows are cheap. to establish this, it's just 4 planks. That's easy. The rest of this requires gold. So what we're going to probably do, our cash crop as it is probably going to be stone, because stone is so easily and so quickly harvested. So this has 106 left, and we can move this afterward. I think there's only one here anyway. That's fine. This is a good rich iron deposit too, so we'll be able to turn a bunch of wood. We'll be able to get a bunch of iron as well. And what we'll probably do is try to aim to expand here. I don't think we're going to make it in time this episode, but you can at least see what we have in mind. Does anyone have any questions, anything like that I haven't addressed? I'm sorry, I've been kind of like tangenty and talking about things about life, but clay roof tiles with a skill up. Which one are you talking about? Market upgrades. This one? Trade logistics? How do you win? You conquer the the enemy at the top of the map. Or this one. And next to it. Removes the tariffs from foreign imports, effectively reducing all imports. This one, so these two. I want to go down this route. Because I'd like to, I've not really played with the arm. I've not done anything in this lower half. Enables the building to extract resources indefinitely if placed over a rich deposit. That's pretty fucking cool. Which I've got right there, but I'm not going to be able to. So what we're going to be able to do, I think it's 2 more upgrades. I can't remember. I do want to upgrade that. What's our timber at? Okay. Would you say this is super grindy, or can you? Yeah, you can totally just chill. Crisp. You can choose between combat or no combat. I'm playing the middle ground. So it has the option for combat or not. There's one where you have to really jump into combat quickly, but then there's a mode where you can click and there's no combat, period. Yes, Metal, you're correct. This is the tech tree. So this whole stuff is not implemented. This isn't implemented. Majority of this is not. That's not implemented. Policies are not implemented at all, and production's not implemented at all. Is this game worth the buy on early access? So in my opinion, Raspsfiel, if you played Bannerlords on early access launch, you should have no problems playing this game on early access launch. There's plenty of content to sink in for $40. I think so. If I think of $1 an hour, I easily get 40 hours of gameplay out of this game. I don't even know what I'm at right now. I'm already at 40 hours. So I think the game will start to fall off for you, though, depending upon how you approach it, around the 50 to 60 hour mark. The biggest reason I'm encouraging you to buy it, aside from the fact that, yeah, I get an affiliate marketing bonus of you buying it through my specific thing, is I want to support the developer Greg is just he's the only developer. He is the owner and developer of this company and game. So I want him to get the dev dollars to make this game amazing. And he's super transparent. He's very like, hey, this is what it is. Yeah, here's the Nexus store if you guys want it. He's been super vocal about things. He pivots a lot off to what people want and what people say. Like, oh, okay, you guys want it like that? Okay, I'll make it like this. Okay, so I want to work on this first. Let's have these go up. We have one person working. Our timber sitch is okay. We need food. I will put... You're making planks. Do I really need planks right now? Yeah, it's got city building. It's got a lot of different elements. There's no like legacy generation, right? There's nothing like the CK3 kind of legacies or catering to like a large family over time. Yeah, if you guys are watching on YouTube, do make that switch to Twitch as well. And if you have a Prime sub you've not yet used this month, use it on me. It makes me feel good about myself. So right now you can see this crop. We're almost in November. I'm waiting till November to start harvesting. This crop went from 60 some percent at the start to now 47 because we have past the time of harvesting. The fertility has dropped because it has growth in it, versus this field now is at 64. Watch once we come into March, this percentage is going to go up. Okay. Is everyone okay? You're building this. I can wait. We don't need those slots just yet. We've got enough space for 12. We only have 8 people, so we've got plenty of family spots. I'm trying to get these built. We don't need to get them manned just yet, but I want them built. Sleepy boy. Rolled over on my foot. And I'll show you how this is going to work and how the granary works as well. I haven't talked about that in this yet. And really, what's his name? Strat Gaming has a whole way of approaching the granary that we should really be taking a look at, that I haven't even gone into yet. Kunz. We have 74% approval. I mean, things are booming right now, baby. And you know what we're also going to make is a trading post. The trading post like down here. Jake from State Farm Cult throwing out some really good advice here. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to all you blissful souls out there. I hope everybody here has or had an amazing and safe, blessed day. Much love to everyone out there. Don't forget to smile because we are alive for another day. Way to go, Jake from State Farm. Throwing in that positivity here on a Friday. I appreciate that, my dude. Ooh, we're about to be out of stone, baby. That's okay. I don't know if stone comes back. You can actually shut that off for now. At 135, we're okay. Hey. Watch me. Watch me. Sit. Down. Watch me. Good boy. Nope. Down. Watch me. Good boy. Heel. Good boy. Go to place. Nope. Place. Good boy. Okay, for no big deal. No big deal. Sometimes Roman will see something outside and it makes him want to like growl at them. Bark. But he's not like a defensive dog. He loves people, dogs, and kids. I don't know why he does it. He is a mini Australian Shepherd. So my trainer said that when he does that, I'm supposed to reframe the experience for him. And rather than him just, okay, let him bark it out. Because if you tell a dog, it's okay, you don't need to do that, and the thing is still bothering him, he's going to go, well, what do you mean it's okay? Because it's still fucking there, man. So she was like, you need to reframe it. Run him through some commands. Let him... more black and brown. Yeah, he's just strictly blue merle. He has no copper on him, unfortunately. I want him to have more copper, but he's a beautiful dog. But yeah, she was like, just run him through commands. Let him listen to those commands and do the commands. And if he's doing those commands, oh, well, nothing's changing. Like that thing isn't threatening me. I think I'm okay. It kind of is a way to put them at ease without having to kind of like scold them or make them do a bunch of shit or like yell, don't you fucking bark. So if I do that, that is why I'm doing it. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to force an early harvest. We're going to go boom, we're going to go boom, and then we're going to go boom. So what that means is it's not really an early harvest because we're now beyond the actual time, right? But we're in November and we're coming into December, and I want to turn all this wheat into grain, into flour, into bread. And I'll show you how we do that in a second here. So what I want to do here is I have put an actual, also have €3 Great Danes. Good Lord. Thank you, Asus. I shall. I put the livestock back here. The livestock will allow me to hold the wheat easier. And what I'm gonna do is kind of like a harvesting day. So we're gonna pull everyone off everything for a sec. And we're gonna throw like 4 families onto this. We're going to keep 2, just have them do some construction and do some other stuff here. And you don't need to do it this way, but why I like doing it like this is that everyone, and a lot of communities do this in the modern day, but they did this also in the Middle Ages of planting and harvesting were sometimes the lifeblood of medieval society, depending on where your village was in relation to, you know, fertility and what have you. So harvesting especially was usually done as a community. It was not just done by the farmers. And sowing seeds was a lot of the same thing too, because a lot those things are very time dependent in the real world. In this game, I think that there's a bug. If your crops hit 100%, they will never get blown apart. So if I hit December and a full fucking snow goes over these fields, this field stays there. That might have changed now, so I don't know, but Strat is the one that told me that, Strat Gaming. So we both think it might be a bug. That definitely doesn't feel right because other portions of the field growing process will actually reset the second we get to winter. So we have 4 people over here. They're going to go ahead and they're going to take all of this and take this wheat, put it into the farmhouse, and then they're going to thresh that wheat and turn it into grain. That grain will then go over here to the windmill and be converted into flour. And then the flour will then go over here to the communal oven to be made into bread. So what we need to do here, though, is, since that's 3 steps, we need to take the granary. And I need to show you guys something. So we go to advanced, and we're going to not allow wheat and not allow flour and not allow grain. So what this does is, all of the grain is going to stay in the farmhouse. All the flour is going to stay in the windmill. And then all the bread will get picked up from the communal oven. So all of our individual pops, our families as it were, they will transport things 1 unit at a time. But granaries will transport things at 10 units a time using what's it called? Oh, shit. Using hand carts. So what I'm doing is I'm leveraging the local storage of each one of these locations. This has a local storage too, and making it so that the workers of the windmill only need to walk over here to the farmhouse to get their grain. And then the communal oven only needs to walk over here to the windmill to get their flour. If I allowed it to go back to this granary, they would go from this location all the way over to here, get it, and go all the way back. So the big part of this game, optimizing this game, is about reducing the movement time for a lot of your pops from point A to point B for their basic jobs. So we do that by making it so that everything stays locally kind of placed. And then the communal oven, whoever works at the granary goes and takes it from the oven and puts it into the granary. Another way to actually do this effectively is to build a second granary that is only going to store bread. That's technically the way you should do it. But I don't like to make multiple granaries all over the place. It's that at that point just kind of frustrates me and it's too gamey. No worries, Ronald. I mean, I'm doing it because I got a free copy of the game. They sent me a free copy, so in order to support the developer, I'm buying 2 copies. So my copy will be basically paid for plus another one. Why not have the mill central so people get their grain where they live and bake? It is. The mill's going to be right here. The windmill's right there. So the farmhouse, the windmill, and the oven, it's all going to be right there. Now, the granary is over here with the storehouse by the marketplace, because the marketplace is, they pull the resources from these 2 locations to put them into the marketplace. So I have that centrally located so that there's not a large distance to travel between here and there. Once things go to the marketplace, they immediately transport into all the homes through osmosis or whatever fucking cool cult magic exists in the world. So it's basically trying to optimize the time of movement with a lot of this stuff. Like another way to do this would be to make a granary over here that only takes the vegetables from these pops, stuff like that. Okay. I'll buy you a drink, Mark. Anytime, baby. So we should upgrade this granary here soon, but... my body is a wonderland. Okay. So, this has livestock on it. We've got 4 families that are contributing to this. So what I'm going to do here, actually, let's save this right here. I'm doing this because I'm probably going to do another video of farming too. I have a farming video, but I think it's a little disjointed, so I might reshoot it. So all these families are going to come across. They're just going to start picking up all the wheat. You'll love this if you've played the demo, my man. The demo's not that far off from here. Any advice on how to deal with a new employee that's such a stickler in making my job harder? So Leems, are you there? So is this a subordinate of yours, or is this a peer of yours? And how are they making your job harder? He's a peer. Okay. My best advice would tell you, look her in the eye and say, bitch, be cool. No, don't. Yeah, Chris, I'm trying to get there today. I can jump to a save that will show you combat if you want. Oops. There you go. This is now done. They're going to gather all this. And I'll set this to... No. Fallow. There we go. That guy should not have done that. So now we can bring this down to 2 because they're just going to thresh the grain now. That's all we need them to do. And we don't need a livestock over here because threshing grain's not helped out by a long stop. I can do that, though. I can do it for you, Chris. I'm sure a lot of people want to see combat today. My goal is to make this a big combat playthrough. Leems, so how are they making your job harder? And they're a peer, you said, correct? And are they older or younger than you? Because that can matter, you know? Not that it should, but for some people, they might think, oh, I'm older than you. You should listen to me. And if you think that they're generally in your same age, then don't worry. It's not a non-issue. Okay, so what is I going to do? This is being built. That's being built. These are at highest, right? Yeah, good. Okay, so in the meantime, what is our firewood? 6 months. Okay, so we will do... Threshing grain ain't easy too, Laguna. You get covered in some fucking filth. We're going to have quite a bit of jobs to do in a little bit here, so I'm not too worried about stuff. Saw pit. Do we need more planks? We could use some more planks. And the reason I'm putting the livestock at this location is so it just can help the transportation of this. Do I have someone there? Okay, yeah, they're still there. Oh, I don't have oopsies. Oopsies and the poopsies. I have to go to work in a couple hours. Good luck with the live stream. Too bad I didn't make it to the giveaway. You too, man. The giveaway I'm going to do in an hour, if that matters to anyone. In fact, just to kind of... I'm going to turn the giveaway on right now. You can't enter it. Or you can enter it, but I'm going to reset it. So... this just to kind of create a little fun. So if you want to enter the giveaway, you're going to have to join Twitch. You have to go onto Twitch. The way the giveaway is going to work, if you win the giveaway, message me on Discord. I'm going to provide a Discord link. And when you message me on Discord, I'm going to get your Steam information. I'm going to buy the game for you on Steam. I can't buy it through my Nexus store. It won't let me, unfortunately. And before I even do that, again, remember, if you want to just buy the game, it is 25% off on the Nexus store right now. But the giveaway is open, but we're going to reset it anyway. So if you place yourself in this right now, it won't matter. I'm just doing it so people can see it's active and it's there. You type an exclamation point ML to enter the giveaway. Okay, on this. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate all of you guys who have purchased it through Nexus, man. Like I will be very honest with you and tell you exactly what happened. So Nexus negotiates a price, right? So when you buy it, I get $11. That's a huge amount of money. And I will be another bit of transparent. In the last 24 hours, I have made $235 on my Nexus store because of you bros. So thank you guys so much, because this is my full-time job. So all these little revenue streams help me out a ton. Yeah, it won't respond to the command. It just marks you. So don't worry about it. You won't get a response from the bot or anything like that.
Another loyal devotee. A steadfast supporter.
You know what? Let's also do that too.
Another loyal.
I could sell my feet pics to you, Palooka, if you'd like. I gotta fix some of this up though. Did you guys see the new? I have my merch store is I'm gonna officially launch it tomorrow. I gotta tweak the names because the names are all shitty. But here's the new merch store with all the new
a steadfast supporter.
all the new merch designs up. The names are like a panel and skull. I have to change them to like something cool. I think I ordered copies of the merch, so it should be in my mailbox right now. I should go take a look today. Okay, those things are almost done. God, it's taking so long. Oh, we're in November. I haven't even fast forward. That's what's fucking wrong.
I wonder who's floating away today. Hasn't stopped since the morning.
Oh, is that not done yet?
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you guys for jumping on over here to Twitch. Like I said, if you have a Prime sub, use it on your boy. That is not done yet. That's not done yet. This has got the wood transported to it, which is good. Prime sub comes from just having Amazon Prime.
A steadfast supporter.
Did you guys finish this fucking things? Tanner, you don't even have any fucking stuff.
A new subscriber.
Blurping game live.
It fills
Love
you
it.
with determination.
Welcome to the channel, my dude. Did you? You just said Slurping Game Live? So we thresh all this wheat into grain, which is good.
Is this beam straight? Methinks it is.
Finally, Jesus.
Straight enough for this kind of work.
Okay, December has set in. So now we are going to, I'm actually going to bring these like just a little bit lower. I'm going to put people to go get us some other forms of food because we are running low on food. And that's kind of like why I've paused all these burgage slots. plots, because there's no reason for me to expand them right now, because I'm going to hit a point where I will not be able to service the food for them yet until I get my windmill and my communal oven up. So let's show you how that works now. Actually, I'm going to take one of these out. I'm going to show you guys. They can come out of here because there's no reason to have anyone in the farmhouse. We're not plotting. We're not planting anything. We're not doing anything there. And this windmill needs to finish construction. Okay. So now the windmill and the oven are online. And the windmill is going to take all this grain and turn it into flour. And then this communal oven is going to take all this flour and turn it into bread for me. Then the storehouse is going to pick all of it up. So we've got another source of food online here for the winter. We have the hunting fields. The hunting camp has another source of food online for us for the winter. And our vegetables are still growing, or I think they're kind of like at the end of their growth right now. And that's another food source for us. So if we look up here, right now we have meat, veggies, berries. Well, I'm sorry, right now we just have veggies and berries. We're about to have meat, veggies, berries, and bread, which is really good. And we're going to add in some eggs once we get some money. But what we do need to do right now is, this is the best time to kind of leverage into the fact that some things are just on offline, right? We can't really do any farming. We can't harvest berries. Certain things are just off. We're in winter. So this is when we can do a lot of expansionisms. But what the, even a word? Yeah, if you want to do the giveaway, it is over here on Twitch. You have to join Twitch, and then there is a bot on Twitch that you type in !ML, and it will track you, and I will do the giveaway at around 1:30, 1:45. So let's unpause this. Here, Sam, I'll show you. I'll just make a little bit over here. So here's just like a road I can make. But I can also like do this and then choose the road curvature, right? So I can make it like a straight angle or increase this all the way and have it have a really cool kind of fun turn to it. What I like is you can kind of get more of these really natural path of roads versus just like, oh, here's a rigid road that is just left and right. It's why everything you see here, if I zoom out, if I zoom out, you can see that my roads, I did not make them very like, oh, here's just a grid. I wanted it to feel like it has like a little bit more of a dynamic look to it. Yeah, 100%. That's not the way that medieval towns were, right? They weren't just these like rigid looking things. So I want it to actually have a little bit more fluidity to it. What's going on over here? There we go. So again, they're just going from the farmhouse to the windmill. So it's a lot easier for them to get this stuff rather than having to go all the way to the granary. Tannery will wait. We're waiting for this to stockpile a bunch of leather for us. We're going to build this trading post. We'll be in good shape. Our lowest thing right now is food, because we have a lot of pops. We have 30 fucking people here. So we need to get that meat online and... Oh, jeez, the bitches. Do you get a tax from them using the mill? No, but after you upgrade these to level 2, I will get a monthly tax from them per family on this plot. They're building my manor over here, which is going to give me access to my retinue, which I'll show you guys some cool stuff with that. Yeah, the market's over here, and I mean, you can build around the market, you can do whatever you want, but I have it just next to all the things that store all the goods from the market, which is pretty cool. And Trek Culture 82. I'm burning through Voyager right now. It is a single-player game right now, Mac. I don't know about their online plans, if any. I don't think there's any, to be totally honest with you. If you guys can give me a sec, though, I need to refill my water. My throat is beat the fuck up right now, so give me just a sec. I'm blood to begin.
a steadfast supporter.
Oh. Oh. Again, guys, you can find that store link right here. Guys, need an honest opinion. Is this really worth the price? I need an answer without a hype. Adler, the game, is it 40 bucks? It's 40 bucks. Do you like city builders? That's probably the, I'd probably ask that question first. It's a $40 game at full price. And I think that there is 40 to 60 hours of real gameplay here. After that, you're just going to repeat those same 40 hours in different ways. You're going to like, okay, maybe this time I don't go down this tree, I go down this tree. You do this tree or that tree. Absolutely, man. Happy to help you out, Ryan. That's my name as well. So enjoy the name, my bro. So Adler, I would tell you, if you're okay spending 40 bucks for 40 to 60 hours of gameplay to support a dev who's doing this on his own, then do it. If you want the game to be more feature rich, just wait. The way I kind of like, so this is the only map you get, and these are your only enemies. Nothing's gonna change. You're gonna maybe turn the AI difficulty up, but the AI is not even really kind of crazy right now. So what I would say the most enjoyable part of this is trying to learn the mechanics and how nested and how layered they are, because they are very fun. They are very interesting. But I am not going to play this game beyond this weekend. Even though I've had the game for 2 weeks, I haven't played it nonstop for 2 weeks. I really only played it in the last week and a half, week or so, because I'm treating this game the same way I treated Baldur's Gate 3. I bought early access and I let it sit in my Steam library until about a week or two prior to the launch, and then I jumped back into it hard. I wanted to support Larian because it's a really fun company for me. If you don't want to do those things, then don't buy it. I think the people that are saying this is a Total War killer, this is a Crusader Kings 3 killer, it's better than any Paradox game, they're blowing smoke up your ass. And I'm not going to lie to you. This is not a full-blown title yet. So you can't compare those things. Does it have the features that could make a lot of those games obsolete, and does it deliver a new standard or bar for strategy games? I think so. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. It has great sandbox capability. It's going to have a pretty cool war system from what it looks like. But the guy has outright said this is not a Total War game. I'm not looking to do massive battles, which Total War does. I'm not looking to do a massive dynasty medieval kingdom simulator like Crusader Kings 3 is. I'm not looking to be a single person controlling a massive army like Bannerlord is. I'm looking to create exactly what I'm creating. So that's my no hype review of the game. 40 to 60 hours, $40, maybe 30 to 40 hours if you really get the mechanics down pat and you don't want to play it again. That's realistically what you'd expect. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, Samson, is also learning from your past mistakes. That's really the replayability of going like, oh, okay, I don't want to make a bit. I don't want to, like, this village looks nothing like my starter villages. Nothing like my starter villages. My starter villages had a huge, this field would have been divided into 4. Like, learning little things like that. So, does that help you out, Adler? In a kind of like no bullshit assessment of the game in its current state? Oh, also the timeline. This game took about 4 or 5 years to get to this stage. He's looking at around 2 to 3 years before it even comes out. And I'm assuming those are 2 to 3 years. He's not said 2 to 3. So I would probably, to be like safe, just say another 4. Do you have any other questions? Yeah, he doesn't want to do it. He said he's going to just basically react to people's feedback rather than saying, hey, here's the things I want to do. Because he's found that the things he wants to do are different than what people want. And it's actually just wasted his time, basically. Oh, I thought people wanted this. Then they said they wanted this. And he was like, well, fuck, I'm going to work on that instead because the people want it. Have you played Farthest Frontier? It is very similar to this. I haven't. Oh, man, I can't wait for Farthest Frontier. Yeah, dude, 100%. I mean, my 2 videos that I've put out, except for the 2 videos, I just put out like a beginner's guide and like a quick start guide. But my 2 videos beyond that, or prior to that, are just like, hey, slow the fuck down, pad your expectations. This is an early access title. It's a really cool one, and I think it sets a new bar, but we're not there yet. You know, it's like, to use a false equivalency, it's like looking at a trailer for an E3 game and going, that's the next best thing. And then telling everyone it's going to be the best game. The game's not even out yet, right? Like, we don't really know the full extent and breadth of what this game is going to be. Maybe he doesn't add any more features and this is it. It's still a great game. But still, you know, it's like, you just, I think since early access is so prevalent nowadays, you can enter right now, Chris, but I'm going to reset it in about 45 minutes. It's so prevalent. It's just, yeah, you know, exactly. And it's just, we look too seriously at early access games is the problem I find. The Bezos bucks work. Hydrate I will. Oh, when this manor gets completed, for those who haven't seen it, I'll show you how castle construction works. Do you guys want to see that? I'm assuming no one else has seen this, the castle construction portion of the game, or maybe you have and you want to see it again, whatever it is, but I'll show you that part. I haven't looked at it in this stream yet. Logging camp is logging. Building is building. I wouldn't. Medieval naval combat is not particularly interesting. Much in the same way that like Warhammer naval combat was never interesting. People got kind of like their jimmies rustled that Total War Warhammer never had that. And I was like, man, you don't want it. Okay, so open the castle planner. So right now this is super bare bones. And we're in the middle of fucking winter, unfortunately, so you can barely see this circle. But you'd make walls and gates. There's a little post here. And you make these posts like that. That's like how you make like a little wall, right? So what you can do though is make a post here and bring this out here and then bring this out here. And you're kind of just doing the same principle as you would for the, could you not do that? Same principle for the roads. And I mean, you strap cannons as far as like, as early as the Battle of like Cressy. Like, we think of gunpowder as the end of the Middle Ages, and the knights go bye-bye at that point, and that's really not the case. Knights were effective much into the middle portions of the Middle Ages that had gunpowder. Gunpowder becomes more prevalent in the 1400s, and you have kind of a pretty staunch pivoting point from 1450 onward and sub 1450. But so here's a little thingy we've done there. So this is our wall and gates, and the gates will automatically, if anytime I place a over a road, it automatically makes a gate, which is pretty cool. And then there could have been Benji. The reason knights kind of fell out of coolness is because the nobility changed went into a different direction. We would consider the Renaissance. Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. Like, Renaissance had knights and it had knighthood. It just, the way societies worked also changed. We started to see the rise of professional standing armies. We started to see... Stream Deck is fucked up right now. We started to see... So a knight had its own arms and armor, right? They had to provide it themselves, and they went to war with it. Their men-at-arms also had arms and armor. But eventually, as like stuff like the 100 Years' War kicked off, and we have larger wars and conflicts, national armories were created. So you have weapons that are being created by the state to be given to soldiers. And the weapons are pretty much just like, oh, okay, the arming sword is an example of a weapon that was created for mass production. Or brigantine, kettle helms, stuff like that. Helmets that became part of the, oh, okay, well, hey, you're a men-at-arms in the English military. Take this, take this, take this, take this. So you start to see stuff like that, where the knight isn't like not useful anymore, because the knight was still like trained expertly, right? Like you don't just become a knight. You don't go, oh, fucking, I'm a knight now. And it's really funny. You see these in like movies of people getting on horseback and riding to war. That's not easy. You had to be helped onto your horse unless you were wearing mail of some sort. And your horse itself had to be bred for war. So you don't just like, oh, hey, are you tilling a field with this horse? I need to get onto it. Clydesdales are examples of middle-aged horses that have kind of made the progression to now. But those horses were bigger. They were called destriers. Have to buy their own gear in periods where the state provides it to them. It's really interesting too, considering where like it kind of regresses back and forth to Asus, right? Like, oh, the Roman legions, which are state supplied, right? To Middle Ages, yeah, you gotta bring your own arms and armor. The archaic period of Greece, the hoplites of that era brought their own armor, but eventually that became government subsidized, basically. So it's like it kind of comes back and forth. That's also true. Roman legions weren't always. The early Roman legions were not. Like post-Marian Reformation, they were. But like the early ones, yeah, like they just had the little bronze breastplates. Not even breastplates, a circle. It was a fucking circle that would go over a piece of leather harness. It was stupid. So, here's our castle, and I'm not going to commit this, but we've placed these outer towers, and you can see that this expands our like kind of sphere of influence. And this sphere of influence is where our garrisons will kind of maintain or shoot. So if enemies come right here, they will shoot at them from these towers. And I can also get a garrison tower, which increases my retinue size. I think the default is 10 or 5. That's 5. I think it's just 5. This increases it by 12. So now I have a huge ass retinue, which is one of the things I'm actually going to make first. I don't think it shoots anything. But I pop this here, and now I have a really nice, well-suited, like kind of like stacked up retinue. And it's my personal retinue. They're easy to kind of bring online and everything. But you can see here, though, this costs quite a bit. I have 5 timber. It's going to cost 52 to make all of this. So I'm not going to do all that. And you can eventually see that if you get the money and everything, you'd be able to expand. I'm just going to use outer towers as an example. These outer towers You can expand these outer towers out and eventually cover your whole entire villagers to arm. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. That's the best thing about the retinue. It doesn't cost the villagers anything. But this kind of shows you that this has a wider spanning thing over time. Medieval villages, the manor was a well-guarded location, but over time the manor would grow to encompass the whole entire village, because sieges were not these things where people would launch ballistae, and ballistae also weren't really used. You wouldn't see like catapults and trebuchets at every single siege. Sometimes a siege was just simply encircling a location, and there is actual lots of evidence that the majority of sieges, it's something like, I think only like Asus, maybe you can help me on this, or Flying Dutchman if you're here. I think it's only like 3 or 4 castles were ever actually completely breached. Yeah, exactly. Better to just starve them out. And that's exactly what they did. They just starved out. That's what a real siege was basically an embargo on land. They just would completely encircle them. They'd starve them out. And that's why they would expand the village wall, the castle walls around the village, so that you could last longer in a siege. You have to reset there, MK. It looks like on my end I can see audio. So let me know if you guys can't hear it. But in the Middle Ages, like I said, majority of castles were never breached. The way that a castle siege worked was you would siege it, and what they had to do was somehow get a messenger out to get relief, because you as an invading force couldn't afford to let that castle stay as it was, because it had a garrison. The garrison wasn't a massive armed force, but it was enough to harass your invasion force, break a supply line, whatever it was. So castles were never meant to be these locations that massive armies would come out from, but they were meant to basically create points that you could not ignore, and you had to spend time to deal with them while the rest of the nation mobilized against you. That's the whole point of a castle. And like I said, majority of castles were never ever breached. And I think one of the big instances where it was breached, it still held, because even if you breach a castle, it's just another opening, and that opening is still a kill box. Yeah, that's another thing too, Reichland Raider. There were also massive vanity projects, especially towards the later portions of the Middle Ages, where they did become more of a prestige piece. But we think of castles, these large stone constructs. Actually, castles were plastered with white. They had white plaster all over them. So we think of like Camelot, this gleaming white towers and alabaster and all these kind of white affectations. And that's true for the time. Castles were not these big stone gargoyles on a hill. They were plastered, they were beautified, they had stained glass, they were real big kind of showings of wealth and prestige and power. There's something like a shit ton of them were made to kind of rein in the Welsh when there was a bunch of raids or rebellions between the English and the Welsh Middle Ages. It was like, oh fuck, well, we're gonna make like 7 goddamn castles at the border of Wales and England. But it's kind of interesting how our concept of what castles are has been so skewed by pop culture, because we see it in movies, right? Same thing with like armor. Like a knight was by and large near like impregnable. Knights were usually taken hostage more than anything, and they were ransomed, because why kill someone if I can get a bunch of money for my location that doesn't have a lot of money? And knights, into the portion of time when they have gunpowder, they used to have a second breastplate that would go over their breastplate, and it was curved like this, or I'm sorry, like that. You'd have a hard point and it would come out and curve. So the middle of it was, let's just say like let's say it was like 4 millimeters, and then it would flange out, and this would be like 1 millimeter. Because the chances of you getting shot dead on when your arms are down was low. You'd have a bunch of stuff over here to protect you against it. Shen, this entire thing could be this is my town, basically, for all intents and purposes. I just haven't made it go to the border, you know? So, especially when they put that secondary breastplate on, they could take a fucking musket ball and without any problem at all. It would put a dent in it. That would be it. Punter Pack Castle before its destruction. When did it get destroyed? Let me see, Brad. Doesn't look like I have any kind of UI scaling yet. That's exactly where I got my information, Asus. It's exactly where I got my information on it. Because they have Tobias, what's his name, on there. And Tobias wrote 2 really good books and co-wrote another really good couple of good books. But he wrote a book called Medieval Knight Armor 1400 to 1450s, and he wrote another book called 1450s to 1500s. And it pretty much chronicles the big staging and changing points of medieval armor into the 1400s when it stops becoming predominantly male and starts to become more plate in the Middle Ages, like the middle portion of the 1400s, like 1430 to 1460s. And then it just depends on where you're looking at the plate from. Like, is it German plate? Is it Italian plate? Is it French plate? Is it English plate? Because every single one of those cultures had different ways of fighting, so their plate had different requirements for it. Like the way their plate folds worked at the bottom and all sorts of fun, crazy things, and how they would use their harnesses and stuff like that after the English Civil War. Is that like the English Civil War between England and Wales, Nero, or which of England's many civil wars? I don't know the conversion rate here. I'm sure what's his name does. Strat. Let's get a woodcutter lodge going. I have a lot of fucking firewood, man. Where is it? That's going. Okay, good. Let's go ahead, speed this up. I need what for this? I need 4 more. I'm gonna make that tower. I want to get a retinue online because so right now, because we made this, my retinue is at 5. So with the retinue, you can do these cool things. This is barely into the game right now, but I'll show you this. Here's my 5 retinue soldiers I've got. Take some edibles. So this guy is using sword and a shield. This guy's using, looks to be a halberd, maybe a bardiche actually. This guy's using a mace, and I can customize the way they look, all those sorts of things. I can even upgrade their armor, stuff, all sorts of fun stuff. Here's where we're using I need to look at what that looks like. Ooh, Jesus. What is this? What is that word? Backup? Maybe I know what it is, and I don't know it as that word, Asus. Yeah, I are basically contracts where you paid an enemy force to not plunder you. Yes, but I don't know to what extent and how they worked, really. I just know that those things existed. Because there were lots of agreements like that were basically based off of, like, essentially a ransom. Yeah, I'll pay you a stipend to not fuck with me. And nations would do it. Individual feudal lords would do it. Robber barons would do it. I have to take... I really don't want to do it, but I got to. I'm sorry, guys. For those that are used to coming to my streams, you know what I'm going to say right now. It's got 4 more. Yup. Happening. So I'm going to do that real quick. I'm sorry. I wanted to hold out here. Let's do... Hey! What's his name is streaming right now? Strat Gaming. I need Manor Lords, OST. Give me 1 sec, guys. I will be right back. Nope. Wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. This one. Okay. Thank you for being patient with me. Oh man, the statue commemorating D'Artagnan's death. I'd love to see that. I'll be able. Oh, I'll poop after the stream. No big deal. Then it just came in me. I don't think that's a statement you can say. So with the manor, you can also tax people. And I've not seen this be worth it, so I don't do any of it.
A steadfast support.
It might be better to trade tax, but I'm not sure. I haven't dabbled with taxes. You know who's gonna know is Strat Gaming. Guys, why the fuck is this taking so long for? Why is this trade post taking 9 years to build? So with this, we can actually have people go and do trades for us. What? What is? That means the King's Road, otherwise it... There is. I'm just gonna build around it. That's weird. Definitely connected. So, what I'd like to do now is, again, I want to focus this economy on war. I don't really know though how really to do that. Feast your eyes here. A nice chicken pot pie. A delightful chicken pot pie. A pot pie you would find in the nicest chicken shack. Fucking Sussex born motherfucker, Habsburg jaw and everything.
A steadfast supporter.
Okay, so this is going to start growing here soon. We're still in January, huh? We got plenty of food, though, coming into our ovens. Okay, finally did it. Okay, cool. So let's do this. So I'm going to commit this in, and we're going to build out we're going to expand our manor here, and that's going to allow us to increase our retinue. So if we do get attacked, which we will, and so we're not even done with the first year, which is really good, right? We're doing really, really well right now. Helmet, swords, sidearms, warbows. We're gonna need people though for war, as it were. There's no one in these houses. We only have 12, so 13. So okay, yeah. Need 4. We'll turn that into something. Person here and here, right? Yes and yes. We'll remove the person off of that now. We have tons of hide as well. What I would like to do here, start in some flax too next. So what is our flax situation like over here? It's not good. Not good. I could make some flax fields right here, make another farmhouse for that flax. Or make another flax field over here. Probably the way to go, realistically. Workers use wool to produce yarn and flax to produce linen. Maybe we do that. We make an offshoot. Weird flax, but all right. Make an offshoot over here. I mean, you kind of want to like rotate the actual crop rather than 45, 44. I mean, 44 is actually not that terrible. It's not good. It's not good. It's for sure not good. I think we make a mini Fox field over here. I want to kind of try it out. I've not done that, so I want to see how that works. Okay, it's pretty much anything right here. So I'm going to do road over to here. Increase that curvy. Remember, we don't want this to be too crazy. I don't like that, but whatever. It's there. I'm going to have to deal with it. I'm going to pause this so I can see if I can maybe make this happen. Okay, like that. I'm going to try to get 4 fields here. And you click a lot to get a good thing. It allows my pops to go around them, and I can also kind of create it as locations. You could set it like that way, Samson, kind of. But what I'm doing it, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Turek. Hopefully I pronounce it right. I can go like this to make my fields, but I don't like that. This kind of makes them look a cool, like, natural way. That's kind of why I do it. So I go, oh, okay, we'll do this like this. Great, there's one. Yeah, baby, yeah. No, don't want that. Don't want that. Don't do that. Okay. Hold on. There. Go. And then there. There we go. So yeah, it looks better, and if the pops need to move around, they can easily do it. They don't need to like slow themselves if they go down a certain route. This just allows them to kind of have full access to this all the way around it. And we're gonna make another farmhouse over here, and what we're gonna do is, not enough goods, you fuck. Watch this. So this farmhouse will be advanced. We'll limit work area. This is the work area of this farmhouse. This farmhouse will only work here.
Another loyal devotee.
Hey, thank you for buying Manor Lords using my link. Again, if you want to, you can use the link, and it's 25% off of that. So it's not a $40 game, it's a $30 game. Okay. Well, Moon Mike, I'm glad you're here. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to cancel the giveaway. And I'm going to start the giveaway with a 30-minute timer on it. So this is the real giveaway. If you entered before, this is now the time to do it. Oh, hold on. Now it's the time to do it. Type an !ML. This is how you will enter the giveaway, is up right now. How the giveaway works is you have to be over here on Twitch to enter. So jump into Twitch if you're not. If you're over on YouTube, that will not work. And yeah, this way I know that you're active. The previous one, you might not have been active, you might have walked away. So it's on a 30-minute timer. After 30 minutes, the giveaway will, the way to enter will end. You can call a friend in Bino. But If you are entering into the giveaway for a friend, I'm not giving you a key. I'm buying it for you on Steam. So if you want a friend to enter, please just have the friend do it, because it's just going to become a shit show when it comes to navigating that. I'm not giving you a manual key. Again, I'm buying it through Steam for you. So we're going to become Steam friends after this. I'll buy you the game and gift it to you through Steam. Okay. A lot of texture pop right now. That's weird. I don't know if it's because I'm streaming or what. This is 50. Yeah, see, this is what I mean, right? It's only 10% better. So it's really...
Another loyal devotee.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm not even going to bother. I'm going to keep these... It's fallowed. I want to keep this fallowed and just kind of... I want to do an experiment here.
Another loyal devotee.
Okay, so this is all good and set. Let's fast forward more. We cannot do this as a cropping. We want to... March is when we start to do that action. So no new farmhouse, no new nothing. I'm just going to work right here and try and... I'm going to turn all the previous wheat into... Well, sorry, no juice. This is the way I'm doing it, my dude. I can't use... That bot that does the giveaway, I can't have it go to both. It'll only choose Twitch or YouTube. And I stream predominantly on Twitch. I have 94 people watching on Twitch and 42 on YouTube.
Another loyal devotee.
Okay, so... I can sell some action here.
Let's straighten this up.
Cool. So we're good here at the windmill. We don't need anyone else over there. We can go ahead and put another person at the oven to start making the rest of this flour become bread. This over here. Giveaway will be in 26 minutes and 45 seconds. I can sell some of my stone, but I am wary to do so. Because I'm almost completely out of stone. Probably chill on planks for a little bit. Hunting, we're still just bringing it down to 8. This is going to start growing. I'm just kind of thinking here. We should maybe do clay. No, it's not. It's just certain things won't work during winter. So my crops won't grow or anything like that, Fire King. I don't get berries. So that's a whole resource production that can be shut down. So you use winter to kind of stockpile up.
Another loyal.
Does it have to be built on top of it? I don't get it. What's going on? I don't even know what fucking day it is. I thought it was just built next to it. I'm just trying to decide if I do clay or not.
An earnest disciple.
Okay. Do we do clay or iron right now, my bros? Let me look at our clay deposit. It's 215. It's not that much. Our iron is booming right now. We have a super rich deposit of iron. Now, clay obviously is not going to be used for anything other than clay tiles. I mean, barley we will need eventually.
You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
Another loyal devotee.
I don't know how dyes work, actually. I've not done anything with dyes. Yeah, that's another thing, too, right? AI doesn't really make cities. It's just kind of, they're there, they're static. That's another like thing that will come. You have to be on Twitch for the giveaway, Yahaya. Yes, Lord Starkiller. Yeah, I guess so, but it's like I'm also thinking of, do I want to upgrade the wooden church? I could also sell those tiles, though, is another big thing. So it's like, you look at roof tiles, they sell for 8 gold, but they cost 48 just to open it. So really the way to kind of get that going is you'd get the trade logistics, drop it down to 25, and you could sell it a lot easier. So we could actually export. Let's get, I would like 100. So what that's going to do is we're going to sell 20 of our reserve to give us 20 gold. Let's go ahead and pop a person there. Remove a person from Timbaland. Why do I feel like I've got like no workers? It is definitely important, but you can get by without it. The big thing is you need regional wealth to do certain things. So if you're on a certain, if you're trying to play like the war mode, like you definitely need it. Maybe we just go to start mining.
Berries so plump and juicy.
I don't want this guy talking about my berries, bro. Tanner's converting that leather. We're pretty good. We need tools for something. And what the fuck is it? There's an early building you need tools for, and that's why you're given the tools, and I can't remember what it is. Guys, I've played so much of this game in the last, like, month, or a week. My brain is a pocket of shit.
Another loyal devotee.
Barter connection, allowing you to send and receive goods between this and another region. Oh, that's if once we expand. You can make them level 2 tomes, yes. 2 homes, yes, Turk. But I've got 10 on me. And right now they're kind of like at risk of just being stolen. So I'm like, do I just sell them? Like, do I just get rid of these fucks? Although I think, though, with tools, you need to... It's a commodity, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I need to have a route, so it's going to cost me money to actually even trade them. Don't we need something to refine that into iron slab? Or it's iron ore into iron slab too. A bloomery! In the storehouse, please do not go and pick up any iron ore.
Hides and all the land.
No. That didn't go to the granary. It wouldn't make any sense. Okay, good. Just get stored here in the pit. Roof tiles, blocks, planks, stone. Charcoal. Labs, that's a byproduct. Cool. Just making sure. What is up, Cinder Fox? How you doing, man? 18 minutes left on that. That's great, dude. If you like this style of game, you are going to absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Fulfills 2 levels of faith in residential requirements. So now our retinue can go up to 12. I don't know what increases that, by the way. Yes, I got it 2 weeks ago. No, it does not. You'd be thinking of Bellwright, which just came out as well. I want to do a video that says Bellwright versus Manor Lords, and just tell people, hey, these are not the same games. It's like comparing Banner Lords to Crusader Kings 3. One is like a massive, like 4X strategy game. The other one's like a first-person realm builder where you fight big fights and wars and shit. It's definitely not like either of those. Yeah, no. This is the only thing I'm in charge of is this town. I'm not in charge of this whole map. I'm not in charge of like the lineage of a dynasty or anything like that. It's more of a city builder and a sim of that sort than anything else. No, I agree too. The combat is definitely fun though. Like it's not like shit. It's fun. It's cool. Yes, I am. Samson. Samson asked, be honest, are you sick of it at all? And I am. It's just, the reason I'm sick of it is not that it's a bad game. It's that I've plugged so many hours in, and the hours have not just been like pure enjoyment, right? It's not just been me playing the game and having fun and exploring. It was the first couple hours because I was like, oh, I just want to explore this game. But at this point now, I've put content out for it, and my brain is in a mode of thinking, okay, how do we look at these mechanics and how do I optimize that mechanic? How can I talk about that mechanic being optimized and talk about it this way and that way? So my annoyance of it just mainly comes from having my like face burned in or like buried into it for the last week, and there's not enough for me to like expand out from there, right? Like it's just, okay, it's just this map, it's just these mechanics, it's just this stuff. So we're doing some stuff today that I haven't jumped into much, which is like the mining pits and combat stuff. I've really only focused on economy and how to do those things the most. So I don't think it's a bad game. I just think that there's not a lot to those portions of the game that people are going to want to pull a lot of stuff from. Coming into March. And I think a lot of people are burnt out from seeing it, to be totally honest. I with a game with 2 weeks out of fuckers, when you have 2 week lead in on a game like that, man, that's just not good, you know? Like people are going to be burnt out from seeing the game on all their content creators that are bombarding you with it. And the problem with content creation is that it is not inherently a very honest pursuit. To try to, as politically say that statement, you know what I mean? Content creation across all forms of media, YouTube streams, fucking shitlord gaming publication websites. It's just inherently a please come and look at my thing. It is. It's definitely a highly requested game. I can show you guys the statistics of like last week when I was looking at this, there was like something like 2.5 million search volume. Now the game is like 4.6 million. Yeah, oversaturated for sure. 100% Lord Starkiller. Lord Starkiller said, I feel like this is more of one of those games that you play for a weekend every few months just to check back into it rather than a month-long playthrough. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Social media shows what's watched or not what you want to cover. Wait, what do you mean, Asus? 3-week prior release because it was to manage expectations of the customers. You know, though, Chris, you would think that would be true, and it probably was, but people are just so like, if you're not playing this game, then you're not fucking. And it's like, whoa, man. whoa, I'm just trying to live a life over here. And it's like, that's the kind of the rough and tumble of content creation across every medium is just hyperbole, my bro. It's always just like blown out of proportion, like just some wild ass crap. And you're like, oh, okay. Can we not with that? It's why I just try to just hit people in the throat, like right in the face. Like, hey, here's the honest to God of what I'm about to talk about. If you don't like it, stay. If you don't like it, leave. If you do like it, stay. Because I'm a consumer too, you know. I watch YouTube videos. I don't want to fucking. I sound like the guy from Ready Player One. I like to sit down and drink pop and listen to Duran Duran like the rest of us. But I get fucking angry when I'm playing a game with a friend and I don't know what's coming. Like I'm trying to look up something and I go click on a video and I got to deal with 7 minutes of this guy fucking talking about the life and death of a bean. I'm like, yo, dude, just tell me what to fucking do. Or tell me where to go to find out what to do. Guys, if you have a Prime sub, you're watching over here on... I think I just turned on the conflict portion of the game, by the way. By the way, it's 25% off in the Nexus store. And if you're watching on YouTube, make the switch to Twitch because we have 12 more minutes on this giveaway. If you are watching on Twitch and you have a Prime sub, please do use it on me, though. It's true. It's really algorithm chasing. And it's the reason that my shit says the best, the ultimate, because the guy above me and the guy below me have titles that say things that are way more hyperbolic. I'm waiting for March to change, like, a bunch of shit's going to happen in March. I'm, like, trying to push us there. Okay, March. That was the sound of it. Okay, so you're going to go flax. You're going to go flax. You're going to go flax. I really should let this fallow, but I want to see something. This is going to wheat. This is going to wheat. And this is going to wheat. And we're going to set the priority of these higher than the flax, because I just want that to go. I'm going to save this right here for Farm New Year. Did someone just sub? Is that that noise? Thank you very much, Z Jacobson, for resubbing up. Cassio the Turtle resubbed up as well. Guys, a hype train has fucking started. Thank you guys so much for jumping in here, having fun with me today playing this. I wasn't sure if you guys were going to want to. So the reason we don't set it to crop rotation, ACS, is because if we set it to crop rotation, the game will rigidly do it off of this schedule. That schedule. And this schedule means that, okay, they're going to plant right now, then they're going to let it grow, and then immediately when September hits, they go and harvest and go to plant again. No, fuck that shit. What you do is you let it grow for as long as you can. As long as it gets to 100%, the game will not delete it when it hits winter. So you manually let it grow. You get it a far larger yield. When you have more farms and more towns, just do crop rotation. It's no big deal. But at this point in the game, I don't really have the families and I need to kind of manage my stuff a little bit better. But yeah, eventually you would just click this and you would do that crop rotation. But in the biggest manner in Manor lores, I'm super on the fence because, I mean, dude, Samson, I think you're gonna have a great time. Does it simulate soil yes, it does. So this was at 60-some% and it dropped. So we let it, that's why we're switching. I want to switch over to flax to see how that really affects it. This, we're going to let it fallow again. I want to see something there. Okay, so we have set these fields up. We're going to bring a ox over here. So these fields are wheat, and I've set them to a higher priority than these fields that are flax. And what we're going to do is I'm going to pull everyone off of a bunch of shit. So we're going to get, right now we got 2 family members. We're going to put 2 families into here. We'll take off a logging for just right now. I'm going to put, I think we're good with trade, right? Yeah, fuck off trade for now. Put that person over here. So basically I'm going to just throw 4 whole families into planting the fields for the whole year. Because if we don't do this now, we lose time on the total amount of crop we can grow by the end of the year. So we have to focus on this now. We can, I think the oven's done, right? Yeah, the oven's done. We can pull these people out of there, put them in there, and just, I'm going to throw everyone at it, let them do their thing. So what you're going to see now is one of these fields is going to be tended by the livestock, meaning the other fields will be tended by, so this is, it's a weird bug. This is the ox field right now. I think if I click people, it'll show me that. Plowing by hand, plowing by hand, plowing by hand. Guiding an ox. But if I click this person, they're all the way over here. A lot of things are, Samson, that need to be. Like I can queue up these construction slots, the construction priority. I don't know what increases my retinues. So all these guys are like kind of coming over here to start plowing this all by hand. And that's good. We want to plant this all in March, have this done. And then once it's done, we let this stuff just kind of go. So we're going to fast forward here. So they're going to plow by hand while this ox is going to take care of this entire field on its own. Easily. You can see that this thing is almost completely plowed versus this field, which has like 5 people on it, is like here. Right? So you can see the difference. That's been completely plowed, and they're still only 53% of the way done. So this allows you to get more plowing and sowing done in a time period than having to just kind of manually see, like this guy's going to come over like, oh, you got this? I'm going to just long dick this with my ox dick. What is wrong with you guys? Why would you say that on my stream? Why would you bring up ox dick on my stream? It's just uncouth, to be honest, you know? So again, over here, he's doing the job over there. They're fixing up this stuff. And now they're going to start sowing this crop. They're going to throw seeds. So plowing is really the most time-consuming portion of planting. And now we're going to have a full field here. And again, I'd probably want to offset this, but I'm just trying to see something. We're not even into April, which is really good. This is completely grown. This is all set. We're all good to go. So now we can actually remove the ox from here. And everything is... lack of a roadmap. I don't want... He's like, I don't... So his explanation was, I don't want to do a roadmap because there were things that I wanted to develop that you guys actually didn't want. So I've put in place that it's a listen, adapt, implement type of strategy, or whatever he said. So now these 6 families, we're removing them. Because they're not going to do anything. All this does now is grow. Those 6 families can now go to doing other tasks. There's nothing to do in my oven and everything like that. We can still kind of put stuff back over here for timber. Firewood's kind of like a constantly growing thing, right? Do you remember Valheim's roadmap? That was kind of rough and tumble, right? Berries are back online now. In full bore, so we'll put 2 people over here on berries. Tannery, is there even anything for tannery? Leather's over there. Someone back here. Would you guys finish this fucking thing, please? And I'd like to turn this entire thing into a Boyer, a Fletcher's workshop. We lose these people though. They are no longer workers. They are now artisans that are exclusively dedicated to making war bows. You know, you would think that's a good idea, Chris, but I think that I think what would be better is here's concepts I want to add into the game. Improved AI, cavalry, stuff like that. Without any kind of timeline, not an order of operations, anything like, here's the things I'd like to work on. Feedback. What things would you like to see first? What things are not on this list you'd like to see? But it's hard for this guy to kind of do it all on his own. Usually you have some sort of communications person doing that, you would think. I'm going to upgrade a couple more of these slots. I don't remember. Gambeson's is just a tailor, right? So Gambeson, that is 5 and 5. Okay. So I think... expand this plot, get a second person on and make this a tailor.
Summer's coming soon.
I should really move this logging camp, by the way. Is that my nipples? But okay. What was delivered? That's Roman's food. We have 3 slots? Oh, I think I can expand the spot. That's what it's saying. Oh, hold down Control and use the mouse wheel. QTech. So advanced, limit work area. At the very bottom of the stream, you see very bottom of the screen, underneath the comeback goal thing here. Use Control, just like you would with the road curvature. I just want that guy to keep saying that, man. Oh, 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 what the fuck? Let it be known this is my first time dealing with a fire. I would assume the rain would deal with that. That's my first time dealing with fire. How do you deal with fire? Do they go deal with... Oh, look at them. Look at them. Oh, dude, can I take advantage of that? Oh, this would be like... Is the game on fire? That's the new fucking... That's the new thumbnail right there, right? Like... Is Manor Lord the fire that you think it is? I love that's such a bullshit game title or video title, and then it's like me in the corner like this. Yeah, right, Tara? Oh, shit! That's okay. That's 3 minutes back. That's 3 minutes back. We want to do that. We don't want to press that button. That means we go to war. We're definitely not ready for that. I want us to get Gambesons online and start making, who makes sidearms? It's a blacksmith that makes sidearms, right? Enables production of tools, spears, and sidearms. So I want us to get sidearms. Get off of me, what was that? So we need iron slabs for that. Giveaway is done. The giveaway is done. Let's do the giveaway. People are like, can I fucking leave your stream, guy? You just don't shut up. You cannot enter the giveaway anymore. What expands this? Does anyone know what expands your retinue? I know, but I don't know. So what's happening is Wallbrand is being claimed by this. And I cannot go to war with that. You can see he's got shields, all sorts of stuff. Flock of crazy geese. So we're just going to have to let that be claimed. It'll go right here. Then we'll be able to... The big thing is, like, we could go ahead and get mercenaries. But I mean, I'm not going to hire brigands. We're not going to do that either. We'd get someone like this, but they're 110 gold. So we need to start working on an economy. I've done that part, nerf. I'm talking about... See how this says 5? Oh, you can't see. That says 5 out of 24 right now. I'm wondering how I fill that retinue. Let's get... You know what? Maybe we start getting on clay too. And start getting that production online. For sure. Title, what's they called? Tiles.
Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
This? Garrison space. That's different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what increases that number. I thought it started at 4. And unfortunately, I can't like... Oh, whoa, that's new. Oh, that's cool. Has anyone pressed tab in the game? Because that's a fucking game changer. There is disease in this game, but I don't think it's an implemented, fully, like, fleshed out feature yet. Yeah, I just pressed tab. Put that in a fucking list. This video. 8 things to make you better at being better. Press better to be better. Where are these fucking blue? Okay, guys, let me actually do this for you, bros. I'm so sorry. Okay, so. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to press pick a winner. I have 177 of you who have entered into the giveaway. I'm going to press this button. It's going to show me who won. It was Charles Shizzle. Charles Shizzle. If you are there, say hello. If not, we are going to pick a new person. So don't leave just yet, bros. Charlie Scheisel. Charlie Schnitzengruben. Hasn't said anything yet. To Chitzel. Good job to Chitzel. Oh, there he is. There he is. There they are. All right. So here's what I need you to do, Charlie. Go ahead and join my Discord. And for anyone else that wants to, you are more than welcome to join the Discord. This is probably the best way to get all notifications of what I'm doing at any given time. And then you'll see in the upper right-hand corner my name. Click my name and message me directly. And I'm going to need your Steam information so that I can get you the game. I'm going to buy it for you through Steam. And then tomorrow, I'm going to do another giveaway as well, my bros. Ruin the 69 likes. How fucking dare you, Sudsy. For those that are watching over on Twitch, you can make that, or YouTube, make the jump to Twitch. It does help me out. And if you still have not picked up the game, and you were waiting to see if you were going to win the giveaway but didn't win, it is 25% off on my Nexus store right now. So you can support the stream and me. I get $11 of that. The rest goes to Greg. I understand that. I am waiting for you to message me, Charlie, on
Another
Discord.
loyal devotee.
No, I don't mind showing it. I just know that there's not really going to be much for me to show after this, you know? Oh, that was it. You're right. Retinue customization. That's how you hire more. Recruit men at arms. Or ministerialis. One of your citizens retinue. Locked in early access. Fuckers. How big is the download? Charlie, what is your name on Discord? If you could say it into the stream chat, it would help me out. The bot that nominated you as winner also tracks everything you say, so I can see if it's actually you. Okay, so going to the mining pit. This is about to set us to the next level. Okay, cool. Didn't I upgrade one of these two? Yeah, it's right there. Our settlement level has increased. Okay. Now, do I go make the basic armor making here? Or do I do the trade logistics to try to get more money? What do we think's the best route? This is where some of my knowledge is going to start to fall off. Yeah, it seems like we can do more with money. Because I think selling clay tiles is a pretty cool way to go. Like even just looking at the trader right here. You go to trade. Roof tiles sell for 8. The main goal is for us to go to fucking war, baby. Yeah, we got to supply that war. Okay, money it is. So I think trade logistics is the way. That's going to allow us to now trade, to set these trade things up, basically. I'm just kind of seeing here if there's anything. Yeah, I think, dude, selling those roof tiles is pretty fucking primo, dude. Okay. So that's what we'll do. What was iron? What did it say for iron? Is that a crafting material? Yeah, iron slabs is 4. I mean, we have tons of iron. I think we just make this into a boiler now. I was gonna wait, but I'd like to have the pops flexibility, but I think we're just gonna do it. Tanner can chill for a little bit. There's no hides to do anything with. This guy can pull off of here. Oh, we didn't put anyone back over here. That's why. Oh, no, they're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. This is gonna start growing here. We're doing well. Your name is Zareth. Okay, my dude. And this QLED, this QLED monitor I just got is fucking crazy, guys. Oh, Manor is on sale on Steam too. I thought it was like a special thing that I got. Nope. The gift. You have to accept that I mean, I'm not complaining. Okay, so 2 are out, so that's doing that. Put this all the way up to very high. This is even good, like, wheat. I could do even more. How much bread do we have? There's a shit ton of bread. I need eggs. So, what I'm going to do here is, even though I want to do this Taylor's Workshop, I think the chicken coop is a good call. The chicken coop is 25 gold. But adding these in gives us like a year-round form of food variety, which helps us a ton. Okay, the Fletcher shop is up. So they're now going to go take planks and make bows for us, which is cool. Probably not, man. Let me know when you do that, Charlie, you gotta let me know when you do that friend invite thing, man, so I can get you your game. I think we need some more pops in here too. So go ahead and... Do we expand that one? No, it's being expanded. No goods, no goods. Okay, we'll unpause some of these, get these spots online. Takes a long time to claim these locations, dude. I think the next one we go to is down here for rich deposits. Bandit Camp 2. How do I claim? How do I get the info to do that? Excuse me. This will become a Taylor's Workshop. Did they abandon that? No, they claimed it. Okay. No, roads are free. Dude, they already went down there? I've gone to town and everything.
We all know what that means.
For sure, right, Vice Boy? So now we have 6 war bows, which is sick. Can I make the like a... They're just gonna make them perpetuity? Like, where do I control that? Can I sell those, more importantly? I can. We can export bows. That's pretty cool. Derp, derp, what's up, man? Nice. Getting more people moving in to replace the pops now that we have that are working on boyers or warbows. Okay, so there's iron ore. No, I do not want you to hold the iron ore. I want the iron ore to stay right at the mining pit. Yeah, that's what I did. I just deliberately made it like a rectangle like that. A parallelogram. It's all right, man. Just click that link and add me on Steam, dude. That's all you got to do. I'll take care of the rest from there, battle brother. Oh, there you go. Got you, Seraph. All right, so Seraph has just won our first giveaway. We'll do the next one tomorrow, bros. We'll probably be playing for a little bit longer here. I gotta eat some food. I'm gonna have a fucking vicious sports massage that's gonna hurt. Because it always motherfucking does. Okay. Play me a flute. Play me a flute. Okay, another family moved in. Good. I'm wondering if this is going to be enough food. We'll see. The tailor actually, you know, I want to make a tailor, but I just realized it's not worth it right yet. Production of clothes and cloaks and gambesons. That flute's just pumping it out right now, right? It doesn't make much sense to do that.
Hey, bring that piece over here.
Why are you yelling at me, man? I didn't fucking not yelling at you.
Give me a hammer and something.
The soundtrack is great. It's probably one of my favorite things about this game. Absolutely, Charlie. Glad to hear it, man. Glad you're going to enjoy the game. It will be a delightful treat for you, my dude. All right, let's get. So we're at 15. Yeah, we're maxed out. So let's go ahead and start really ramping this shit up. I want to get some real pops in here. At a Renfest. My lord, can I interest you in a corn of the cob? Perhaps you shall sate your palate upon one of our feisty dogs of corn. Mayhaps, perchance, my lord, when was the last time you have supped on a churro? Yes. So, Turk, we are providing clothing via leather, but now we need linen and yarn. So they don't need the actual creation of clothes or stuff like that. What they need is the product to do it. They make it on their own in their own homes. And it's implied, at least. Yeah, and if you have any questions, please just ask. That's what the whole point of this is to teach you bros. Okay, so we're really kind of spending some time here popping everything up. How far does the market reach? The market is at an infinite reach. This immediately transports goods into the homes without needing to have anything else be done. And why we're spending time on upgrading these homes is because each one of these homes, once upgraded, gives me 1 gold a month. Well, 1 gold per family per month. So these duplexes are going to give me more. Well, basically what the point of it is, how you kind of do this, Samson, is you want these things to maximize what they're taking, and you want the production to maximize itself too. So what I mean by that is these wheat fields are going to drop all this wheat here, and my granary does not store that wheat. The wheat stays in the farmhouse. It gets threshed into grain. Then the windmill goes and picks the grain up from the farmhouse and creates flour. And then the communal oven takes the flour and then makes it into bread. Finally, the bread is what is brought to the granary, and then that bread instantly transmits to the once it's in the marketplace, it instantly transmits to the houses. So I've half my granary here is set to not allow flour, grain, or wheat. Oh. Sure, we'll do that then. Yes. Correct. %. No, I'm just kidding. I would never. Yes. Zeus, Caesar, Pharaoh, those old style of games. By the way, every time you hear those church bells, it means that they are, oh, fuck, man. This guy's on a bender over here, dude. It means that another month has passed. Okay, so can we chill with the production of warbows? How do I stop that? Can you just stop for a bit? Oh, pause. So now they are no longer going to go make bows. Because we can, I can create an archer militia unit, but I just don't have the bows. So we need to chill for a little bit on that. We can make 20 spearmen, or I can make 20 archers, or I can make 15, or I can make 10 and 10, whatever it is. But we're good there for now. So you can't undo that, huh? Okay, so maybe that's not worth it to make a duplex into something like that. But making this into something like this, like sidearms or helmets or gambesons and stuff, like that's got a wider range of applicability. Manor's going well, dude. Manor's going well, my bro. I'm gonna put another person there. Did we get this? This is 50%. Oh, dude, this overlay mode, I have not touched this, and I've been playing for hours. I didn't hold down tab when you play, dudes. Look, it shows all these burgers. That's like, I'm making a tips video, and that is gonna be #1 thing is tab. Waiting. Oh, move your buildings. Is this what you'd like, Seam? Boys, hello, hello, yes. Everybody come. We're going to the manor. Chopping wood, I see. Everything going well over here? If it doesn't, I'll increase your taxes. Good. Milady, oh, I see you have your summer veil on. How did you get your gym outfit in the game accurately? Well, I just made a couple calls, you know, Julian. Made a couple of them good calls. Guys, go and fucking check out Julian Goddamn Gorilla. He manicures his beard on stream. It's kind of a weird process, but you know what? He's the first streamer I've seen do it, and that's why we like him. I need 4 fucking wood. Direct links to game devs. Yeah, man, I do 100%. Did you? What about my gym uniform? You popped that bad boy in there, huh? Steve Manetti here. I don't know what that is. I thought this was the total amount of crop yield. Oh, okay, so yeah, this is. I could actually... But this says... Oh! Interesting. So these, we could actually... Oh, did I click that? Oh, no. I didn't realize I had this on. I hope that doesn't change anything. We'll find out. I don't... Oops. I might have fucked that whole entire field up. Nike joggers. Yeah, I might have fucked it up. Well, no. I think this will still grow. We're going to find out. There we go. Yeah, now it's producing. I fucked that up though. That was almost really bad, guys. Ooh, yeah, that went up by 1%. Okay, we're good. What is this? Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. We didn't mess anything up. Fallow is a choice. You fallow a field. The field doesn't naturally fallow. Well, I guess actually I could, but... Yeah, that's great. Yes, more families moving into these sluts. Okay, so we're all good.
Berries, berries.
It's actually time to expand our thing again. Well, we'll do it in due time. I'd like to do... Did I do this one? Yes. I'm trying to get as many of these level 2 as I can. This was the one. Damn it, fuel spike keeps popping on and off. Aha, got it. Technological advancement go? Just here. It's not super fleshed out just yet, but I mean, I don't know as far as like what armor can really be done. Like, sure, that says plate and such, but I don't know like what level I actually have access to. I can buy more folk. Gotta pee. Stone's being used. Okay. This all done? Good. Clay online. That online. I'm gonna pull someone off of here because I just wanted them to do some other basic shit for me. What, buddy? Growing these berry fields, berry. These berry fields are burying my fields. We have quite a bit of wheat and flax that's going to come out too. Oh, tomorrow's going to be a fun stream, bros. So maybe I don't just fucking die miserably. What was that? Just happened? Construction upgrade completed. Okay, so our wealth should... This doesn't show it, unfortunately, I think because of a bug. So this is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 5, 6. So I will be getting 6. I'll be getting 8 gold a month pretty soon. So this will be good. All right. So I think this is a good place for us to end. We'll put a pin in that bad boy. Come back to it tomorrow. Our economy's in a good spot. We've got a lot of food coming in, a lot of fuel, but I've expanded us, so we got to be careful. We do want to add more burgage plots, but at the same time, if we add too many right now, yeah, we're going to get a lot of people moving in, but I have to have the food to maintain it. 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. We have a lot of good food variety. We're starting to make some eggs. Honey might be not a bad thing to get access to as well, but we'll kind of see how that all works itself out. But guys, thank you so much for watching here today. If you are watching over on YouTube or on Twitch, yeah, on YouTube, make the switch on over here to Twitch. Here is that link. Nope, here's the link. We're going to do a raid. And actually, if you're watching on YouTube, actually, you know what? Everyone jump back to YouTube. Everyone jump back to YouTube. Because I have this set up to raid. This should work. I have it set up to redirect you guys to here. This is, if you're watching on Twitch, jump back to YouTube. This should redirect you guys over to Strat Gaming. He's streaming right now as well. Let's find out. Strat Gaming. I set it up to okay at the end. Maybe he's not doing it anymore. Let me see. Maybe he stopped. Yeah, maybe he's not streaming right now. Streamed 18 minutes ago. Yeah, he's done. Never mind. Never mind. Stay here. Here you go. Come over here to back to Twitch. We'll raid someone on Twitch. Sorry, bros. All right, raid a channel. Who we raiding? Who we raiding? Who we raiding? Everyone's on Manor Lords right now, so. Do you guys want to see more Manor Lords? I can send you to Tangent. Tangent's a great guy. I can send you to Ivana. Well, Ron, why don't you fucking watch the streams then, man? You can't be bitching from the sidelines, dude. Get on these streams, bro. We'll raid Tangent. Tangent's such a nice guy. Starting the raid. Stupid work and all that fucking place. Yep, this is a Whoop band. How'd you know? It's good, Philip, but if you aren't like a pretty big like fitness person that really gives a shit about like what your recovery's like in a day and stuff like that, it's not worth the price. It's like 30-40 bucks a month. It's not cheap, man. I bought it during Kobeezy. And that's why I did it. Because it was like, oh, COVID, I'm not really doing anything. I'm not going out. Might as well spend the money on myself. But the problem is that it's like, I have like a dog's brain. I go to the gym and I just keep working out. Like, oh, I wake up the next morning, I'm pretty fucked up. I'm going to go keep working out. So this thing kind of is a good way for like, hey, statistically speaking, you need to stop. So it's a great way for me to kind of curtail myself so I get more growth out of my life. Also, I like the way it tracks my sleep. It's pretty accurate. I've had a lot of sleep trackers and they're not that accurate. So I very much enjoy what it offers me. But guys, thank you so much for watching here today. Thank you for all of the donations, all the subs. Before we head out, if you do want to pick the game up, you can use my Nexus store. You'll get 25% off, and I get like $11 per purchase, which is fucking huge. So thank you guys again so much. We'll be back here again tomorrow with another giveaway, 10 a.m. or 10:15 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So you'll be able to jump in on that and get wet and wild. But we'll just be simply continuing this save, and hopefully we'll be able to jump into some combat tomorrow. I know I did say I would show off some today, but I just kind of got the time got ahead of me, away from me. So I will definitely show that off tomorrow. I can even start the stream showing it off if you guys like that. But, oh, we rated. Whoopsies. All right. So, guys, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. Wash your hands. Stay safe. Take care. And I'll see you, bros.